Retard. Retard.
Sorry. So I'm just eating a Christmas cookie. Welcome back. So. No, really? Oh no. Hang on. Lee, do you know which gate is free? So Arnie, there we go. 300. Is it krona? Thank you so much. Edinburgh. Gate 8 is free. Okay, thank you. Then I'll go to gate 8. So flight plan is filed. Here we are. Let me start VPilot. And Amantha, welcome back. Runa, welcome back. And Glucy, how do you pronounce that? Gzuzi or I don't know how to pronounce that. Bella, hello. Corey, Casper, hello. Amantha. So we're called Ice Air, or just is it Ice Air? 729. And we are a 737. Now, what's the official word for this? Max? And the real Tyrogoth. Hello. What's the official A forward, good V. Max 8? Yeah, but is it on VPilot? Max? Ah, there we go. Yeah, I found it. Okay, Max. So it's well, that's hang on. No, that's called BBJ. 38 Mike. Okay. Hey Bob. So B38 Mike. 38 Mike. Ah, 737 Max 8. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Thank you, Bob. Right, connecting. Here we are. There we go. Look at that. Ooh. Oh, that sound got loud. Jeez. What? Help. It's loud. Oh, there we go. Blimey. Hey, headshot. Marwan, what do you mean? Oh, it's not that bad. Come on. Right. How does... Okay, so I don't know. Regarding P3D, I have... gotten some add-ons for this, obviously. Right, okay. So I have some add-ons, like, for example, I'm using RD Shade. It's a program in P3D. Let me just show you the UI for this. So RD Shade gives you the options to customize many things here in P3D. So if you are still in P3D and you know, you want to change some HDR, PBR settings, sky settings, cloud settings, etc. You can do this actually most of these settings while in game, so you don't have to restart anything. You can just simply apply the changes there. And so yeah, you've got some options to optimize stuff here. So I don't know why my controller still doesn't give me... Oh, look at that. Hey. EFB. Right. How cool is that? We've got an EFB in here. And aviation with Elliot. Hello to you. Right. So, it's going to be a spicy flight. I can tell you that much. So, PMDG can't do that. Right. So, yeah, this is the 737 Max from iFly, and we've already talked a little bit about performance, or FPF's performance. So I did some direct comparisons with FS Labs and the iFly Max 737, or 737-800 Max, and connecting ground power. So the FPS in the iFly are around about 5 to 10 FPS less compared to the FS Labs, which I find interesting. However, that may have to do with the displays, because there are obviously a lot of displays here. And that may cost some FPS. Is this study level like PMDG? Well, we could try some stuff during the flight. So I can definitely say that it feels a lot like a PMDG aircraft. Hey Huber. So definitely. What's this then? And also you have the option to get some failures going, and I'll show you that in a minute. You see this I find really interesting. This looks like 1-to-1 from PMDG, doesn't it? I don't know what it is, but yeah, it's definitely right. I mean, it has a performance calculator for takeoff and landing, which is nice. Airport map functions, obviously, we'll show that in a minute as well. It has a system page regarding preferences. So all of that good stuff. Video. Right, I don't read that, but hey. Terminal charts. Yeah, everything you need really. So, also I've downloaded the SimBrief files. So we'll have a look. So we'll go ident. And we'll do positioning in a minute. Let me just go ahead and get the INS aligned. Oops. Yes. All right. Let me just switch it off again. It has a horn as well. Nice. Cool. So we're going to go to page 3. Actually, no, page 2. Get GPS data. Put that in there. And then what I will do is I am going to put in Echo Golf Papa Hotel in here. And I'll put in Bravo India Kilo Foxtrot in there. try something here. Yeah, right. There we go. Okay, Tishke. So that's more the Boeing EFB. Does this aircraft simulate MCAS? That's a very good question. I've not tried it. Let's put it this way. So, hang on. Didn't I have upload somewhere? ACAS? ACAS? No, it doesn't have ACAS. Ident, position in it. Okay. Activate, execute. Normally, hang on, let me just go and get these. Where's my my SimBrief? Normally, when you download through SimBrief, you should have. Oh, I know. Hang on, disregard. I'm doing it wrong. So, let me just show you guys. So you can download your flight plan, and you go to add-ons, and then go to flight plan, and there I have gotten the flight plan downloaded through SimBrief, and then just go load, and now I've got that in here. And also, if I'm not completely mistaken, let me have a look. Lex route data. Let me see. Load. Let's see if that works. Probably not, but no. Alright, we'll enter that later. Does it have CPDLC PDC? No. So you can't access anything through the ACAR system. No. So that it doesn't have. So let's go back again in it. So for the routing, position, route. So flight number. Nice air. Nice. We actually have ATC here, which is really cool. That's really nice. So we'll go ICE 729. Flight number. Ah, okay, from Active Sky. Right, I have Active Sky running. Let me just try that again. Load. That's from today. Open. Yeah, it is kind of weird because yesterday I'm pretty sure that I had that running as well. At least I have a vivid memory of it. It loading the wind data. But it didn't load any. Send wind request. Oh, hang on. Here it did load it in. So descent wind is in. So route. Ah, you need to have the IR aligned. Ah, okay. So let me just wait until you have the IR aligned then. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's... I don't understand the reason for this, but who knows. Cool. So the ATIS says information run reviews 2.4. 7.5 transition level, wind to 200 at 8. Cavalcade, temperature 5, dew point 0997. 997, which does look correct. 997, yeah, that looks correctly synced. That's fine. Cool. So, let me go ahead and use airport from FMS. And then I want to edit the clip, SID, and GoZam 1 Charlie is what we expect. So we'll select that. Let's do parking stands as well. So this is actually really nice. I like it. So same kind of quality as we have on other EFBs.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber.
Hey, 737NG fan, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Moin.
Make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be
You
served.
prefer Airbus now?
Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you so much for the 25.
Malny 737 smiled a Musik Jam al Reinschauen. Wobei Gents Vision Airbus Sekt bevorzuge. Ich wünsche schön mal ein frohes Fest und einen guten Rutsch.
That sounds so weird. GG. Didn't know it was doing German as well. Excellent. Thanks so much. That was weird. Alright, so GoZam 1 Charlie. Yeah, hang on. Just wait until we fly, guys. I can give you a little bit of a, some ideas maybe if you think it's worth it or not. I won't spoil anything prior. Let me just do a flight and then we'll see. Oh, another question. Shall we... Whoops. Whoops. Easy, easy. Is he landing or taking off? Whew. Just about made it. Where was I? I was going to ask something. Now I forgot. Oh, daytime. Your dad just landed. So daytime, nighttime. What shall we do, guys? Whoop. I don't like dusk that much. Nighttime, day, sunrise. I knew we were gonna get day. Okay, day. Day seems to be. Kipman says real time. I'm a bit. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I mean, a lot of people say daytime. So if we go nighttime. So nighttime isn't that pretty. That's the problem. And we won't really see much. But you can have a look at the nighttime lighting in here. So that you do get an impression. But that's a lot of outside lighting right now. Go back here. What time is it in the sim? Time here is 12:45. Yeah. All right, let's do daytime. All right. Yeah, it just doesn't look that nice here in P3D, unfortunately. So what are the downsides? Cool. So we got the ILS aligned. Let me try again to get the wind data. All right. Let's see if that works this time. No, it doesn't like it. So we were able to download the descent wind. That was working. All right. So charts first. Go Sam 1 Charlie 6,000 will be the first altitude. Let's put 6,000 here. The P50 is like the Dreamliner. Okay, maybe I should get used to that. Yeah, it's no problem. We'll enter that later. So we've got fuel. Now let me check the flight plan on the other page. We need 8.5 fuel. Menu. So performance. So this is quite interesting. If we go to weight and balance, what we can do here, and you've got to be very careful. You can set the fuel and payload in here. So the maximum can take main tank is 3869 or 3866. So that's 7.5, and we want 8.5, so 1 ton in the center tank. And then set the fuel. So now we've got 8.4. And that clicks out nicely as well. So 8.4. Taxi out fuel is about 200 kilograms, and the trip fuel is supposed to be... let me show you. So sorry for these sound cuts, it's just when I go onto the other monitor. Planned trip fuel is 4616. Wing fuel's uneven, hang on. Oh yeah, you're right. 3866. Then we only need like 750, right? Yeah. So let's set fuel. And now passengers. So let's enter some values here. 12, 41, 11, 22, 20. And I want to have around about 64 tons of fuel weight, which I find quite heavy. The max landing weight is 69.3. That is a lot. So let's put 1.5 and 1.5. Well, now we've got 55. That seems just such a lot of load. No. So there's no sync regarding. I mean, I guess so. So Mark, what you maybe could do is if I enter. Let's say 60 is your fuel weight. Reserves are supposed to be 1.8, so 2.7. But I have no extra fuel with that. Oh, we've got to change that anyways. Yeah, insufficient fuel. Now we've got to change that because we have not so nice weather. So let me show you. So currently we've got 020, 33 gust 46. Drifting snow, -1. That's what Arnie meant with the weather. I can enter a CG here, so let's put this CG 25 in here. So That said, if I get then read the data, although fuel, where do I set fuel? Add-ons, pan state, ground. So if I read that data, now that puts it to 0. See what I mean? That's weird. Right, let's enter that here. Let's do a full house here. 24. Yeah, I know. 24. 24. And then cargo. Let's port 3,000. Oh. What do I do now? No! Use. Change view. So we'll take 3 tons and 4 tons. There we go. So now we've got almost 61 tons. That is a heavy aircraft. Blimey. So set the payload. You can see the aircraft bob about a bit, so that's definitely now in. Sorry for the... So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit more fuel. So fuel, definitely want a bit of extra fuel because that's not going to be enough. With that wind, one go around definitely needed. So I would normally, with this weather and the alternate being probably windy as well. So 21 gust 34. And could check the navigraph here. So alternate Eaglestad Deer has runway 03. So that's pretty much a lot of headwind then. So headwind, yeah, 30 snow. But look at that! Oh my God, visibility 550, snow, blowing snow. Now I tell you what, I would not do that in real life. I would not take that alternate. So let me go quickly and recalculate our flight plan. And maybe take an alternate like, well, Glasgow or something. Yeah. So I think we'll take Glasgow, right? But that means I have to dial down the weights a bit. So I'm going to put 0 fuel weight around about 59-ish. And then we'll take 800 kilograms to do a second approach in Iceland before we have to divert. Let's generate the flight plan on that. Okay, so Echo Golf Papa Kilo. Let me just check here what the weather says. Echo Golf Papa Kilo would be Dundee. No, so hang on. Kilo would be Prestwick. Prestwick, and you are saying they're taking Glasgow. All right, let's take Glasgow. Glasgow weather currently good. All right. Yeah, we'll take Glasgow. Papa Foxtrot. Yeah. All right, so then I will reload the flight plan into SimToolkit Pro. And we'll go with that. So now we have a trip fuel 4.4 as a 4455. The alternate is Glasgow. For that we need 3.9 tons. So the block fuel is 10.2. 10.2 and the zero fuel is 59. So for that we'll take cargo a bit less. 2,000, and then fuel. So 4 wings, and so we're going to have to add 3 tons. No, not quite. So 2.5, 2.6, 2.6. Yeah, so 10.3. So set the fuel, set the payload, and there we go. So let's just check that here. 57.9, 68.2. So 57.9, all in limits, 68.2. So complete that. So now for the takeoff performance, Echo Golf, Papa Hotel, and we're going to get the clearance in a second as well. Edinburgh, runway in use 24. Condition right now, it says cab okay, temperature 5, so dry runway. Wind 200 at 8, so I'm going to just put 200 at 5. Now that's something I don't... If I change that here in there regarding metric or US systems, the problem is then I get pounds for the weights. Captain Life, in first crew, whatever I say, first off keeps on turning off landing lights. Turning on landing lights, I mean. You need to train your voice. So you need to do some voice training on Windows. Yeah, but Shadow Dancer, it's a lot of snowfall. So honestly, just like in real life, you would not do that because snowfall is so unpredictable regarding, you know, runway coefficients, braking coefficients, that sort of stuff. So I wouldn't touch on that. Takeoff weight, frustrating takeoff. We're heavy. We'll do config 5, aircon on, and anti-ice cavalcade off. Hey Bruno, how you doing? So, cruise wind. Let me just enter a an average value here. So it's about 235.50. Yeah, and also Captain Live, it just seems like it prefers the American kind of slang, so, you know, pronunciation for some reason. So top of climb, LET is minus 49. Level 360 is correct. So we'll take a config 5 takeoff. It's going to take off with a flex of 53. Climb power set, flaps 5. And then the speed's 373953. Departure 24. Goes on Charlie. Execute. So that's the routing. So now let's just check that here with the flight plans. So we're doing GOSAC. Then we've got hang on. No, hang on. That was 06, wasn't it? Oh, this right now. So, So the flight plan takes us... Go someone Charlie. So we're going to take SID. So first we're going to go to Uniform Whiskey, which is correct. Then a 9.5 between 4.5 and 6. Juliet is 14, 6,000 at. Then Marvix and then GoSam. So that's already correctly programmed. And then from there we'll go to Glasgow, to Clyde. So Lima 602. To Bruce, and then direct to Gomup, and then direct Brecky, Baslu direct, and then the arrival. Also, let me check where we enter the waypoints. Gomup. So we have to stay outside of Shanwick airspace. Ooh, I think we have a wrong routing there. Hang on, is that Scottish? Hang on, where's that? High. Yeah, so here's Shanwick. That's Shanwick. That is Shanwick. Scottish. And there's Strickwick. So actually, yeah, Baron, good night to you. Actually, we can't really take that. Because we don't have HF, do we? Yeah, so sorry for that. We need to change the routing there, guys, because we can't do that. So let me find another routing. Azrun, Aldan, Kuvox, Azrun, Altaf. So I would like to do the real aircraft flies through Shanwick. Yeah, the problem is, guys, I don't really think that we have HF on these aircraft. Yeah, Ratsu would be correct. So open route finder. So let me go. Unfortunately, there's just no airways there. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah. Thank you much. Yeah, perfect. Thank you much, guys. Yeah, we'll take that. So Ratsu, Baku. Analyze. Perfect. Thank you much, guys. Right. Generate. Yes. It's always complicated going to Iceland, isn't it? EasyJet routing. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's normally the routing we would take as well. So we'll take that. So just checking the fuel again. fuel is even better, a little bit less fuel. And then what we'll do though is I'll just download that here real quickly, and then do that, and we go add-ons, flight plan, load. So activate, execute, routing. So departure, arrival 24, and then it's the GoSam 1 Charlie, execute, route. So direct to GoSam, direct Glasgow, Lima 602 Bruce, direct to Baku, and then direct to Ratsu, direct Aldan, Azrun, and then the arrival. Yeah, much better. Thank you much. So departure, arrival. We'll do the ILS Yankee 01. Azrun 3 November. Although, hang on. Let me try Zulu 01. Azrun, and then we come via Dexon. It should be Azrun 3 November via Dexon, yeah. Execute. Cool. Right, so let's change the alternate fuel as well. So we need 3.9, so that's 4.8 tons. 4.8 tons for reserves. Execute. The wind remains the same, I would say 235, 40, something in that region, that's fine. And then the weights remain the same as well, 57.9, 68.2. Yes, it is, Captain Life. I have a lot of add-ons as well, and yeah, pretty much the same thing. Cool. I'm just going to file the flight plan with VATSIM, so they have the current one. And then once that's filed, we could go and ask for clearance. 360, I think. We're pretty heavy for cruise. So 36. And then Mach point 78 is good. Fly a flight plan. So 153, put that in there. Flight directors on, right click, and then just do main panel, walk back around a bit, like a bit, so yeah, that's nice, like it. Cool, so that can go on. All the fuel pumps, APU start. That's done. Seatbelts on. Window heat on. We'll wait until the APU started. 360. And we've got landing elevation 150 is fine. That is steady. That is alright. So, ground is 12175. So let's do. Oh, hang on. 12175. Let me get pen and paper ready. Push to talk. Apply. Okay. Audio. Edinburgh ground, good afternoon. This is Ice Air 729. Request clearance to Keflavik with 738-Max, and we have information Tango Gate 8.
Ice Air 729, Edinburgh ground, hello, clear to Keflavik, off summer 1, Charlie, departure 4227.
Clear to Keflavik, Gossamer 1 Charlie departure, squawk 4227, Ice Air 729.
Ice Air 729, read back, sorry.
Right, there we go. So, 4227.
Edinburgh ground, good evening, Speedbird 136 at stand 6 with information Tango QNH 997, request an iFly clearance to Gatwick for the Gossamer 1 Charlie departure.
To 136, Edinburgh ground, hello, clear to Gatwick, Gossamer 1 Charlie departure, squawk 4625.
Clear to Gatwick as far as the
JQ's
Gossamer 1 Charlie departure, squawk 4625.
So that's fine.
Speedbird 136, read back,
Those
sorry.
go on. That's on.
Edinburgh ground, good evening, Ryanair 1031.
It's open.
No 1031, Edinburgh ground, hello, attack this start of 1 Alpha, via Alpha Echo.
Doors are all closed.
Say again, stand number on this Alpha Echo for Ryanair 1031.
1 Alpha.
Stand 1 Alpha for Ryanair 1031.
Well, the official, isn't it 738 Max? I don't know. I thought that was the official. Official.
Yeah, you can take stand 1.
I had a checklist somewhere. Let me just try and find it. Checklist. There we go. So, B4 start checklist. Flight deck door closed and locked. Fuel 10,300 kilograms pumps on. Passenger signs on.
Mike, stand number 9, request push and start.
86 to Charlie Mike, stand 9, push and start, very safety.
No, there's no checklist on the
Push and start, approved, safety, easy.
Windows.
Charlie Mike.
Locked. MCP
Good evening,
E2153.
World Express 83 Mike,
Heading 241
205,
and 6,000 feet.
Sierra, requesting
Take speeds. B1137, we are
Approved for
309,
safety, Mike, Edinburgh ground, hello, I don't have a flight plan for you.
CD pre-flight is completed. Rudder trim, aileron trim 3 and 0. Taxi, take a briefing, completed. Anti-collision light is on. And start checklist.
Station calling, readability 0.
Apologies, Ryanair 60 Juliet Alpha, stand 1 Bravo, information Tango 737-800, 997, clearance for Dublin, please.
GSX memes, please come in.
6 Juliet Alpha, Edinburgh ground, hello, cleared to Dublin, Boston 1, Charlie departure, code 2234.
Dublin, Gossamer Charlie 2234, Ryanair 60.
Yeah, I can dial down the VATSIM sim sounds a bit, if that's alright, if that's too loud for you.
Speedbird 136 stand 6, ready for push and start.
Speedbird 136 stand 6, push and start, approved, busy. Caution the usage of pushing.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Then you're right on track.
Caution traffic surrounding me. Push and start approved.
It's busy!
Facing east to speed 126. Royal Express 83 Mike, is the flight on speed 3 and up?
No, it's alright, so do not have a standby.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
It's Kipman, nice.
The Warrior Express 63 Mike, believe it or not, I don't have your flight plan, so sorry. Right, window 62 Charlie Mike 1, big company behind the port center stand next to you, which is 1 Alpha, push and start approved.
Ground, good evening. I
Sorry.
2 station flight 152, sorry, say again.
I say 152, 135,
Locking gear.
I said Taxi 1 flight zero ground, hello, cleared Keflavik, Austin, 1 Charlie departure.
So I'm pretty sure we'll push the same direction there. Right, what key is that? Enter or 2 or what? Or you...
Exiting from editing mode.
Release parking
Please wait.
brakes.
That's 1.3 back.
96 Julie Alpha, 1 Bravo ready for push and start. Pioneer 6 Julie Alpha, stand 1 Bravo ready for push and start.
Wow, for me, the
Push that approved, 1 Bravo.
sim sounds are really loud.
Pioneer 6 Julie Alpha. Easy 194 Delta, stand 22, cross push and start.
Easy 194 Delta, stand 22, push and start, approved, face north.
North, push and start approved, easy 194 Delta.
Oh, there's Kipman pushing. ISR 729 stand 8 requesting.
Release parking brakes.
Into 79, hold position.
Hold position ISR 729.
Easy 62 Charlie Mike, request taxi.
Is that you, Lee?
Take picture of my taxi by Delta 1 runway 24 by Foxtrot and Alpha.
Foxtrot Alpha, holding point Delta 1, easy 62 Charlie Mike.
Oh, you're the 757. Oh, nice. The Iceland Air there. Beauty. What's happening? Why is it so full? Look at that. Even more.
And I say 152, stage 5, get push.
I said 152, school 2045.
2045,
Release parking brakes.
Ryanairs, everything. Blimey.
Ground hello, Rhino 22 with hit, is okay, people.
Nias. Thank you.
And
And,
straight at
Steve, hello.
taxi Alpha, hold Alpha 1-4. Actually, you could discard that you could taxi down the 1-5 with Bravo via Alpha, Lima and Golf.
So taxi at Bravo Lima Golf, and you can see the stand number for 22
1-5 Bravo.
Release parking brakes.
Speedbird 136 ready for taxi.
Speedbird 136 taxi Foxtrot, hold Foxtrot 1.
Ah, warte mal.
Taxi Foxtrot, hold Foxtrot 1, Speedbird 136.
729 the British Airways A320 departs to your right us behind and 8 push and start approved face east.
Once the British Airways has passed behind, stand 8, push and start approved facing east, Ice Air 79.
And I say 152, stage 5.
Ah, there's Lee, I can hear him.
It's 152 Rob, just something.
Oh, really? Oh, you're right. Ah, so that they are in large letters. Yeah, thanks, Bob. Cool. Cheers.
Release parking brakes.
Yes. So, Speedbird. Once get the Speedbird behind, push approved facing east.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Yeah, we got fire report, the aircraft type on your star number.
Blimey, it's busy.
Start
Right.
205.
One thing that is similar to the Neos
I do
is
need an
that
odd level though, because the blank staff can accept fire report.
the engines will motor. So what we're going to do is start the engine. So we're going to get the packs off. And then... why is that so high? That's weird. Okay, so we'll start... Hang on, our viewpoints are completely bugged. What's this? What's happening?
194 Delta, Roger. Once the Rhino 737 on the pulse into stand 15 Bravo.
Hey Browns, how you doing?
Takeoff, Mike 1.
So let's do that.
Okay, after the Rhino,
so
Golf,
engine
Mike
2
Mike
start.
Easy 194 Delta.
And so you can see the
Speedbird 136,
N2 going up. You can actually already put this to on, and it will tell you motoring.
135.
Set parking brakes. Waiting your confirmation for good engine start.
So I've actually had 2 different motoring times yesterday. So when engines are cold, it doesn't motor that long. But if you're in a transit, so just landed, and you are in a transit, the motoring takes longer.
And 682 by Alpha, you can hold behind the windmill HB20 in front of.
Okay, hold behind the aircraft from the HB20
Edinburgh, ground greetings to Lufthansa 8 Papa Descent 8, request Alpha to Nuremberg.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect. Unlocking gear.
Aircraft type is Boeing 738.
Yeah, flight sim 008, yeah, it is. Right, start valve is closed.
Number 8, Lufthansa 8 Papa.
Engine 1 start. I have a feeling the GSX just messed up my viewpoints. Really weird. I'll put that to idle. So now it's showing motoring.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
So still motoring there. GSX revenge, yeah.
Ground EG37 correct. Golf is fast. Tango. Tango 52.
Brown, so these engines, so the Pratt & Whitneys, they have the issue that the shaft bows, so gets bent after a certain cooldown period. And so in order to have that shaft straighten out before you accelerate it to higher RPMs, you do the motoring. So it's a cooling cycle. The engines are quieter, yeah. But I admit I'm not really that happy with the engine sounds either. Right, so let's do the after start flows. Normal 737 flows.
Ground, hello, easy 129, okay.
So nothing new here.
Easy 129, echo, and ground, hello, you can have to get Alpha to Alpha 12. Alpha to Alpha 12, easy 129, okay.
Let's see, is that correctly mapped? Not quite, no. So
Run after 9 Papa Nuremberg, Tala 6 Charlie, partial, February 470.
To Nuremberg via Tala 620 departure and second
so flaps 5 and the flight control check.
Squawk 0470 Lufthansa 9 Papa.
Let's
Papa 9 Papa back right.
Oh, there we go.
Axel 152 for Pushback.
Axel 152, yeah, once the Rhino.
So, before taxi checklist, generators are on, propede is on, anti-ice not required, off, recall checked, auto brake, that's it. Auto brake, RT...
Down 6 for
So
Alpha
because the
Echo,
parking
Foxtrot
brake is
21.
set.
Okay.
Engine start levers, idle detent, and flight controls checked, ground equipment
Speed
cleared.
136 holding at Delta 1 for runway 24.
Speed 136, contact Scottish Control 135, that's not actually, stand by.
ISS 729, request taxi.
ISS 79, taxi Foxtrot, hold Foxtrot 1.
Foxtrot, halt, Foxtrot 1, ISS 729. So, it doesn't say that here. Just says Foxtrot, so we might as well take the terminal chart.
The 37 correct call. Can I just run my clearance?
637 takeoff, yes, over the way, report aircraft attack on your stand bringing.
Stand 7,
So
aircraft
Foxtrot 1 is there, up ahead. Alright.
Big boss, thanks, clear to Gatwick, off number 1, Charlie.
Clear left side, clear right side, and let's go.
Clear to Gatwick, Gosford 1, Charlie, departure, please, walk 1174, EG, 37 correct call.
Yeah, Speed 136, so
Now
sorry
it's
for the wait,
working
age
out,
remain with me because radar has gone on, but it's not ready to take you yet, please remain.
Brake check. Brakes are working.
Say again for me, please, 37 correct call.
EC37, Quebec, go. Clear to Gatwick, Gotham 1, Charlie, departure for 1174.
Yeah, clear to Gatwick, Gotham 1, Charlie, departure, walk 1174, EG 37 correct.
EC37, Quebec, call free, back correct, brake, or station full station, patient Tango is now current condition 997 Pascal.
Gatwick ground, speed 136 holding short on Delta 1.
So it's 1 hectopascal more.
Yeah, you
So there's
can
no need
contact
for,
Edinburgh radar 121 as well here.
Contact Edinburgh radar on 121.2, speed 136.
EC194 Delta, contact Edinburgh radar 121 as well here.
121.2, easy 194 Delta, good evening.
Minimum 6, T shot on the line, contact Edinburgh radar 121 as well here.
11.2, good night, wind 5221.
68 Juliet Alpha, contact Edinburgh radar 121 as well here.
Radar 1212, thank you, 26 Alpha.
ISO 79 taxi, hold up on Delta 124, via Foxtrot and Alpha.
Foxtrot Alpha, holding point 24, ISR 79. So there we go. That's the right one. So let's do
Royal Express A3, Mike, ready for taxi.
Royal Express 83 Mike, taxi, hold up on Delta 1 runway 24 via Papanav.
Holding point Alpha 1 by Papa Royal Express A3, Mike.
Royal Express 83 Mike, taxi, Papa, hold Papa 1.
So,
Taxi, Papa, hold
one thing
Papa
I'm noticing
1,
now
Royal
is
Express
my
A3, Mike.
FPS are dropping below 50. So I have limited today to 50 FPS, and now I'm getting some lag, so that's what I mean. So the iFly 737 is not quite as performant as the FS Labs regarding FPS. Hey, look at, yeah, we do have Wi-Fi, yeah.
Edinburgh ground, looking on 8 Papa stand 8 request.
But what's happening today with all these aircraft? Blimey.
Papa Papa stand 1 0, seems you're on, push and start operator flight east.
So, before takeoff checklist, flaps 5, green light, stabilizer trim 4.75, just check that. Yeah, 4.75 set.
ISR 152 request entry.
And Medes, good evening.
ISR 152 taxi, hold a point, the Delta 1 runway 24. Actually, taxi, hold up an Alpha 17 by Echo and Alpha.
Yeah, so I get, with the FS Labs, I have literally no problems getting more than 60 FPS now. So I was surprised to see the iFly come in at a little bit worse performance, but I remember the P3D
Echo
version.
1 Alpha and then Delta 1 for
So the
25, 1
This is A3 Mike.
So the
Still flying Delta 124 Papa Alpha.
Was it NG, I think?
For what looks like A3 Mike.
I still find Delta 124 by Papa Alpha.
Delta 1 line Papa Alpha.
So that was also pretty heavy on FPS.
I said 152, taxi, hold a point.
Oh, I can see my flight number there. Lovely.
Delta 1 via Echo and Alpha for ICA 150.
It's quite fun. You see the engine out livery kind of go all wonky when you are further out. 2K is the resolution.
Whereas for A3 Mike, contact Edinburgh radar course on only 121 as well.
121 decimal 2.
Hey, Club T, how you doing? Nice to see you. Right, 10 tons, so we did get a bit extra fuel, so hopefully we won't burn through too much of that. Let's get the radar on this side and TCAS later on as well. Yeah, I'm gonna wait and see what people are saying about the Embraer. Departure 121.2. Busy today. Blimey.
Edinburgh ground, Russian 98 Papa, done with push and start, request taxi.
Request 9 Papa taxi, Foxtrot 4, Foxtrot 101 for Foxtrot 1, 15757, 200 past with your message right. On Alpha, taxi 0.1 Alpha 1, runway 24 via Foxtrot on Alpha.
Taxi via Foxtrot to holding point Foxtrot 1 and after passing aircraft turn right on Alpha. What was the way? Russian 98 Papa, sorry.
Straight air, the aircraft just passed the taxi 0.1 Alpha 1, runway 24 via Foxtrot on Alpha.
After aircraft passing, taxi to runway.
Maxime did a great job at Iceland
Four,
Air.
one,
He also tweaked
Alpha.
the PBR files. Yeah, cool. Well, Alexander, the thing is this, so it's a good question. The reason why you want to have the ramp agent at the aircraft until both engines are started is because he's connected normally to the headset, so he can communicate quickly through the headset. So if he's on the outside and he sees an engine fire developing during the engine start, and an engine fire will normally, if at any time, happen during engine start. And then he can quickly inform you. If you send off the ramp agent or the pushback driver too early, before the engine has started up, he may just disconnect and then walk out and not really watch the engine start anymore. So that's why he's asking or saying, you know, report good engine start, and then he'll disconnect. Oh, it's landing traffic there, that's why it's taking so long. Another thing, word of warning, the HUD does cost FPS. So unfortunately...
122, contact Embraer radar course on only 121 as well.
121, that's 25 and 1 side.
Yeah, that's another reason, Toto. Yeah, exactly. So if engine doesn't start up correctly and you need to go back to the gate, so obviously he can pull you in, since it's still connected to the aircraft. Saves a lot of time as well. Yeah, yeah, good point, Toto. Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised. A lot of viewers interested about the Max. Hey, Captain Beer. Also, I think a lot of people are still using P3D, or more than what the general public thinks. Are engine fires common on engine start? Well, I mean, so if there's anything wrong with, you know, fuel lines, etc., the first instances where you will notice it is either fuel leaking out, or at some time if you have residual fuel in the engine somewhere, in the turbine section or somewhere else in the engine, and you start the engine, that's when, you know, you typically would have an engine fire.
That's annoying. Pass by contact Edinburgh radar with course and only 121 is what it is.
Oh,
Edinburgh radar 121.2, course and only 98 Papa, thank you. Good night.
Cap Baby, how's the PC going now? You can open the water and lav panels. Really? Oh, okay, interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, thanks.
37 Quebec Golf and Edinburgh ground.
37 Quebec Golf.
Yeah, I'm about to close to you, so you can.
Club T, can I have a bit of a think about that?
Yeah,
nice. Happy to hear that, Captain Bear.
And also radar 121 is what it is.
You were cut out there. Please say again. Oh, he's logged off already. He's like, right, I'm off, bye.
And a 688 Alpha behind the departing Airbus 320, flying Delta 1, line up for runway 24 behind.
Yeah, so Captain Bearbed, that's the thing that a lot of people don't quite understand yet when they have the 40 or 4000 series graphics card and use frame generation. And they look at your internal Microsoft FPS counter. That does not represent the monitor FPS. So when you use frame generation, you need an external FPS counter to see what the monitor is actually having or receiving as FPS, and not internally what's processed.
Actually, Rhino 087, you can continue to Alpha 14, expect stand number 20.
Continue Alpha 14 and stand 20.
Exactly. CPU is normally the limitation, yeah.
DD37 Quebec Golf Edinburgh radar, good evening, roger, taxi by Foxtrot and Alpha, hold at Delta 1, runway 24.
Taxi via Foxtrot Alpha and hold at Delta 1, I believe it was runway 24.
With 60 Charlie Mike, contact Scottish Control 135.525, bye-bye.
35525, thank you, bye-bye, wind 6 Mike.
Shadow Dancer, absolutely. Not too long ago, who was it? Was it Airsoft commented that their sales for P3D addons has literally gone to 0. So it's going to be X-Plane and Microsoft regarding revenue.
Center 8 Romeo X-ray to gate, thank you for your services, see you. 8 Romeo X-ray, no problem, thanks for flying. Right, 68 Juliet Alpha, runway 24, clear for takeoff, the wind 220 degrees at 7.
Critical 24, running 60 Juliet Alpha.
ISO 729, holding short 24, we're ready for departure.
737, flying Delta 1, line up for runway 24 behind.
ISO 79 behind departing Ryanair 737, line up and wait behind. To confirm, please. Just check the approach sector. So line up and wait. That goes to strobes.
Approaching 2-4.
As cleared, up 6,000.
On runway.
And 087, continue taxi Alpha, Lima and Golf, stand number 20.
I quite like the
Alpha straight ahead, or is that
dampening of or the way it.
Around 087, it'll be a third right onto Lima, Golf, stand 20.
Roger, third right. Right.
It kind of bobs when
Juliet Alpha, contact Scottish Control 135.525.
where's that? TCAS.
Scottish 125, landing 6 Juliet Alpha.
So TCAS is on. There it is. Small cell there, nothing to worry about. Water thrusts. Thanks. Yeah, perfect. Thank you much.
ISO 79, runway 24, clear for takeoff with 220 degrees 7.
Okay, takeoff 24, ISO 79. Right, let's go. That doesn't work. Does that work? No, that does not work. There we go. N1. And let's start the clock. So, thrust set. 80 knots.
V1.
Rotate. Pause the climb. Gear up. LNAF.
Shuttle 8, Uniform 24, clear to land, wind 220.
Hey, hello, shalom. How you doing?
Clear to land, runway
Right,
24.
LNAF, enough speed.
Center 8, correction. Sorry, the Delta Hotel Lima 83 might just confirm your course now.
Bold Express 83 Mike.
Bold Express 83 Mike, sorry, it wasn't coming up here. Behind the landing British Airways Airbus 320, via Delta 1, line up to
N1.
behind.
Climb power set.
Behind landing A320, line up and fleet. Bold Express 83 Mike.
Support flaps to 1.
Edinburgh Direct, good evening. Shuttle 8 Hotel passing through flight level 150 via flight level 80.
Shuttle 8 Hotel, Edinburgh Radar, good evening. Vectoring for an approach, runway 24, information, Tango currents, report your request.
Safety attention, Neo, Shuttle 8 Hotel.
Shuttle 8 Hotel, thank you. Continue descent to flight level 80, lead Tartan, heading 020 degrees.
Continue 8 to flight level 80 and you Tartan on the heading of 020 degrees, Shuttle 8 Hotel.
ISO 729, contact Scottish Control 135.525, bye-bye.
Scottish 135.525. Thank you, ISO 79.
ISO 729, contact Scottish Control 135.525.
135.525. ISO 79. Bye-bye. So FMC speed, VNAV path, 35525. What?
Well, Express 83 Mike, flight limit direct might be spectacular on wing Alpha 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, Alpha 1, ISO 4 Lima even.
Loud.
402, nothing further for you now, Uniform on 122, left flight, correct.
How's it going? Good evening, brother.
Neptune 03 Charlie, Uniform 122, left flight, goodbye.
What is this, mate? Charlie.
Scottish, good afternoon. ISR 79 maintaining 6,000 on the Go Somewhat Charlie.
ISR 79 Scottish, hello, climb now, flight level 140.
Climb now, level 140, ISR 79. Right, there we go. Alt intervention.
ISR 431, climb flight level 340.
Alright, let's go level change.
Climb 340 and we are CPDLC ISR.
Roger, you'll get that past flight level 195. Break shuttle 7 Charlie, report your passing level.
So now we're passing
shuttle 7 Charlie, Roger, climb
60,
now,
standard set.
Climb 110, negative on the wind shear, short 7 Charlie.
Wonderful.
Standard check.
37 Charlie, November, when ready, descend flight.
Temperature plus 6, so engine anti-ice should go on here. That is still continuous. That can go off.
260 by what
37 Charlie, November, when ready.
So after takeoff checklist, engine bleeds are on, packs are auto, cabin is climbing, landing gear up, and flaps are retracted.
Ryanair 68 Juliet Alpha, climb flight level 240.
240 Ryanair 68 Juliet Alpha.
Is that Quas? Okay. Nice. So the sounds are something I'm a bit disappointed in. Because that's something other sims are doing really well. And I think the performance is a bit... Well, I mean, it's a Neo, like...
Sorry, windmill 60 Charlie, my connected climb now, flight level 360.
So they are powerful.
360, thank you, sir. Within 6, 2 Charlie Mike.
Ryanair 68 Juliet Alpha, are you on a heading or are you on course?
What's happening here?
Oh, I should be on course. Let me check that though.
Ryanair 68 Juliet Alpha, Roger, if you can redirect now to...
that was a bit weird.
Okay, let's direct upgrade Ryanair 68 Alpha.
Deputy Hotel Papa Pakistan truck.
But probably,
Scottish CG24 Golf Kilo ready for taxi.
CG24 Golf Kilo taxi holding point Alpha 1 runway 25.
Use the error there.
Taxi Alpha 1 for 25 is 24 Golf Kilo.
ISR 79, continue climb flight level 200.
Continue climb level 200, ICS 79, thank you.
World Express 83, Mike, hello, Edinburgh, departure 6.
World Express 8, says hello, thank you, fly heading 190 degrees, climb now, flight level 150.
Heading 190, climb 150, World Express 83, Mike.
ISR 729, redirect Bruce, climb flight level 360.
Direct to Bruce and climb 360, ISS 79, thank you.
Shuttle 7 Charlie, climb flight level 350.
Climb flight level 350, shuttle 7 Charlie.
Look, why is it saying retard? That's not right, is it? I did press Alt intervention. So, legs. Bruce, direct. Yeah. We can accept that. The beam points, execute.
CG37 Charlie, November, continue descent flight level 200.
That's just there. Right. Engine anti-eye is off. Pitch is good. Let's get seatbelts on.
ISR 152, Scottish, hello, thank you, climb now, flight level 110.
Exactly, Lucas, yeah. So level change ignores the restrictions in the flight plan.
And ISR 4 Lima, ready for departure upon reaching intersection.
ISR 4 Lima, Roger, surface wind 220 degrees, 22 left 3, 2 knots, runway 23, clear takeoff.
Clear takeoff 23, ISR 4 Lima.
194 Delta, are you able to redirect to the runway 25 final approach fit?
We can, easy 195 Delta.
Easy 194, Roger, redirect to the runway 25 final fix, descend flight level 8, sorry.
Direct to the center flex and descend flight level, or level 50, easy 194 Delta.
Easy 194 Delta, clear level 8.
So some things I'm interested in is
sorry, 0, easy 94 Delta.
fuel predictions, for example. Now, at the moment, you only have average wind component, but that should give us already a fairly good, accurate estimation. And we're supposed to have 4.7 plus 800 extra, so 5.3. And here we've got 5.6, so that's not too bad.
350, World Express, 830 Mike.
Well, Brian, there was an interesting interview with Willie Walsh, who's the ICAO chairman, I think, previously being the CEO of British Airways. And he was just in an interview a couple of days ago. He said he personally doesn't think that single pilot aircraft or flying will be done in the next 20-25 years. But that's just his opinion. Hey Davos, how you doing? It's P3D, better than X-Plane 12. I'd hate to do a direct comparison. It's just these sims are just way too different to really compare.
Campbell 100,
I mean, I think we can all agree that visually P3D is one of those sims that has been left behind, let's put it this way. I would say the visuals are bearable. So if you have some adware or some add-ons like True Earth or some orbit sceneries, it can look fairly nice, but still it won't reach Microsoft standards or X-Plane standards with orthos. That's just the way it is.
And altitude 4000 Delta Group units 99780 Delta. Scottish 82
Also, I'm a bit surprised that the iFly is so FPS intense or heavy. So
confirm hold position for 24 Golf Kilo.
AFM, hold position after departure runway 25 left turn on track right now.
That is strange.
Hold position after departure left turn to Ringer 24 Golf Kilo. 24 Golf Kilo, thank you. 7 winds 210 degrees 12 knots runway 25 for takeoff.
Just changed some sounds here. Hang on.
Scottish Cadet, your ring stand 6 number level 36.
It's 5.3.
The Eurowings 96 November Alpha Scottish, Roger, thank you. Reaching Agped 1 Echo arrival for Edinburgh.
No, so Brian, I feel you. So the thing is this, so I have very strong, opinions about this topic as well. And I have talked about this in, prior streams. So here's my take on the way or where we stand at the moment regarding safety in aviation.
It's 4 Lima, apologies, passing 3,300 for 6,000. Climbing now for level 160.
So right now we have kind of charter or let's say business jets that are absolutely safe flying single pilot concept. So I don't see that any issues with that. Now the way we fly airliners at the moment, and the amount of time that airliners, spend in the air, takeoff and landing, etc., especially kind of short and medium range aircraft. I just don't think that single pilot concept with the available avionics at the moment will have the same safety level as we have now achieved over the last 20-30 years. with CRM improvements, with avionics improvements, training improvements, etc., etc. We've reached a really good safety standard. So right now, if you force single pilot concept into airliners, you will have to expect higher fatality rates.
Descent 260 reaching by expert during stand 6 about.
Let's just see. Right, now we've got N1 VNAV speed, all good. So it would be a step back. It would be a really brutal calculation, saying you can save a certain amount of money by only having one pilot in the cockpit, but the expense is a higher fatality rate. So I'm definitely against it at the moment. But what's difficult to predict is when or how avionics standards will change in airliners in the next, let's say, 15 to 20 years. I think that's really hard to predict. And so that's where people now joining the airline industry as a pilot will have to kind of just accept the fact that things may change very quickly at some point. So right now, if I'm listening to friends that are either engineers or that have friends who are engineers, they will say that a lot is being done right now. So a lot of money is actually floating around, going into projects to improve avionics or have them being optimized for single pilot concept use. The same goes for concepts regarding monitoring the pilot. So yeah, young people will have to just be aware that times can change. And it'll start with military, then cargo, and then I guess at some point passenger flights.
Sorry, World Express 83 microhuman navigation to the front.
Resume on navigation, World Express 83 Mike.
No, so Baby Boeing, the discussion regarding single pilot concept comes from the mere fact that the industry, so Boeing, Airbus, so the airplane makers are expecting a huge shortage of pilots over the next 15-20 years. Brian, seriously? I'm gonna have to watch the video on demand on that. We just talked a lot about what's happening in the aviation industry and so on. I'm not gonna repeat all of that again. So, yeah, again, for me personally, I'm skeptical. I think right now, I don't see a really need to have, just single pilot concept in airliners. But the mere fact that we'll have a huge shortage of pilots in the next 20 years. It's just kind of forcing these developments.
Continue climb field 350 from 19 Papa.
Easy 194 Delta, full established runway 25.
This is 194 Delta, thank you. Runway 25, surface wind 210 degrees, 12 knots, clear for land.
Clear land 25, easy 194 Delta.
Zero wings 96 November Alpha, continue present heading.
Continue present heading, Eurowings 96 November Alpha.
So 1,000 feet to go. Let's put
EG62
this
Charlie Mike, there is no ocean I'm afraid, so there's nothing further for you now. Unit common 122, that's
into vertical speed.
What I do this night?
1,000
Yeah,
feet per minute.
Lufthansa 98 Papa, report your heading.
Current heading is 134, Lufthansa 98 Papa.
Lufthansa 98 Papa, turn right heading 140 degrees.
Turn right heading 140, Lufthansa 98 Papa.
Right, I just need to see if I can maybe dial that down. So what gave it away, chat? So it is Quas. The thing is, I have sometimes difficulties keeping people apart here on, hearing them on the frequency. So he has, one of these really kind of perfect British accents. But you hear that often, I think, at least I think on VATSIM. Do you think the plane is worth the money now?
Gresham World Express 83 Mike.
I have to say, there's a couple of things that are cool about this aircraft. So, of course, it does resemble the Max to a certain degree, right? So I'm not sure. Bruno will probably have found some things that are not really 100% Max-like, but one thing that stands out is that oh, hang on, that's user error. That hand flying this thing is actually really nice. So that's nice. The sounds could be a bit better, so I'm missing a bit. The typical Max sounds for the engines, and also the FPS performance is compared to the FS Labs, which used to be like a kind of a benchmark for heavy FPS.
4 Golf Kilo, nothing further for you now. Unicom 122, goodbye.
Numbers, so that's a bit on the downside. It's still there. Oh yeah, you're right. Blimey. Okay, well that's wrong then. Okay, but still. Let me just try something here. I'm going to try to get to 60 FPS by changing to 60 hertz on the monitor. And that way, quite often, then, if that so assuming it has switched over to 30 FPS.
310, range 96 Alpha.
Lufthansa 98 Papa, resume my navigation direct kit, Echo Romeo Kilo India Tango.
It should
resume on navigation direct air kit, Lufthansa 98 Papa.
Yellow Wings 96 November Alpha, resume my navigation to Haven.
Direct Haven, Euro Wings 96 November Alpha.
Yeah, you're right. It's
Scotland, good evening.
So apparently, on the ground, I assume you can open these panels.
32 Scottish Hello Squawk 3614.
Squawk, I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Easy 6532 Squawk 3614.
Oh yeah, there's a fixed spot there. Yeah, so some of these panels apparently you can. So textures, nice. I don't think you can complain much about textures. Yeah, hand flying is nice. That's something I. Sorry, been a jet wash here. So there's a panel here as well. Yeah, you can click that as well. Got click spot. So there's something you can do. Get some of these panels open. It's quite nice, I guess.
Good evening, South Control, Ryanair 1549 passing 3,000 feet. They're on the way to Kroger 1 Charlie departure.
Ryanair 1549, Scottish, hello, thank you. Climb now, level 240.
Climb 240, driver 1549.
Yellow Wings 96 November Alpha, descent flight level 160.
Yeah, and regarding the standards, so,
Scottish, thank
you know, the FMS,
for the AGPED 1
EFB,
Echo arrival to Edinburgh.
These are standards that you see in P and G.
AGPED 1 arrival.
So that's nice, click spots are good, it's responsive. I have absolutely no complaints.
Player 1 tree
that
Lima,
performance, we had a good
Scottish,
performance calculator for takeoff. Let's have a look. Show landing. Yeah, same principle as you have in some of the PNG aircraft.
For me, please?
And you can turn off on fuel pumps under the wing. Ah, okay. With the fueling panel as well. Nice. So when you have the fuel truck connected.
Super 1464 Scottish, hello, thank you. The INPIP 1 Echo arrival. When ready, descend flight level 260, level by INPIP.
Is it just one side?
Is one Echo arrival. Again, sorry.
When ready, descend flight level 260.
Hey, Fly Johnson, how you doing?
When ready, descend flight level 260 by INPIP. 1465.
Yellow Wings 96 November Alpha, descend flight level 120.
120, Yellow Wings 96
It's on one side under the right wing. Okay. So here in the front there somewhere. Oh, there it is. Yeah, fueling station.
4 kilo, hello again, thanks, cleared Keflavik, Clyde 3 Alpha departure, squawk 7505.
So there's a click spot there, just saw it, there's a click spot.
Scottish Control,
so if we remember it once we landed.
Lima, do you read me?
I said 4 kilo, sorry, you read back with stepped on, squawk 7505 is the only payment.
Okay,
yeah, so the top of climb now is behind us, so it just put it on the routing, but once you've passed that...
Scottish Control, player 13 Lima, can you read me?
I said 4 kilo, your read back was correct. Player 13 Lima, readability 5.
Yeah, it is Quas. I just had a private chat with him. Yeah, yeah, it is Quas.
Yellow Wings 96 November Alpha, descend flight level 80.
Level 80, Yellow Wings 96 from Alpha.
Stupid 1464, start that descent for flight level 260 now for me, please.
I am trying to, it'll be a very quick descent, 1464.
Roger. What, where? Oh, the Ethis panel. Sorry. I was lost. I don't know. There's so many buttons here in this aircraft. Don't stress me.
Eurowings 96 November Alpha, call Edinburgh radar 121.2. Goodbye.
1212, Eurowings 96 November Alpha, bye bye.
So let's have a look again at the progress page 5.5. Currently, fuel flow is, let's have a look at the engine page here. Yeah, pretty much what you have on the A320 Neo as well. So that looks pretty much realistic.
Logan 707, flight level 220.
Logan 707, Scottish, hello, thank you.
Nell Proba, I don't know where their issue is with the EFB. If they're trying to something
Logan 707, routing Kilney, Alaska.
So not use you know, the Boeing kind of layout anymore, but more go more into the, you know, kind of personalized EFB, like
yeah, can you send that in text, please, Logan 007? Okay, it's only Alaska Aberdeen for runway 16 Aberdeen, Logan 707.
What? So hang on. What are you on about? VSD? This?
Speedbird 1464, continue descent flight level 200.
Continue descent flight level 200 before 6.
DD 6532, when ready, descent flight level 260 to be level by ACTED.
Lol, I like it. There's a button called VSD. What? Try to be a bit more specific. I'm an Airbus driver, not a 737 driver. Blimey.
I said 4 kilo, taxi holding point Alpha 1, runway 23.
Alpha 123.
This is a Pushback aircraft.
No, monsieur.
Lufthansa 908 Papa, nothing further for you now. Unicom 122-18, goodbye.
Please, Unicom 1 should mate. 908 Papa, thank you, goodbye.
Blimey. It's like Easter egg hunt in here. Yeah, GG to Argentina.
Scottish control.
That was a great finale, and hats off to the French who fought back so well.
906.
It was a nail biter, wasn't it? Enjoyed that really a lot.
XS for Newcastle. When ready, descend flight level 200.
No, there's no Easter egg in here. It's just yeah, people saying, you know, press the VSD button, and I'm like, what? Where? I never flew the Max, so didn't know there was a VSD button there. One thing I'm confused about, is that because I've dialed in the ILS in here? Yeah, probably. So if you go VUR, and then if we search for a VUR station, most likely we will get a Stornoway 15.1. And then this message that disappears regarding ILS. So that's VUR1. Here's Stornoway.
I say 4 kilo, ready for departure,
Not really, no, there's no control
4 kilo, thank you.
in Iceland.
Correction, runway 23, surface wind 220 degrees,
So there's no one to call.
takeoff.
But normally, yes, normally we'd have to get a clearance for... It's quite... So here's the real life deal.
Hopefully not. Speedbird 1464, descend to flight level 120.
Flight level 120, Speedbird 1464.
Here's our entry point to the Reykjavik airspace, so Iceland radio. So for this portion from here to...
Thanks for controlling, going to Unicom. See you.
Actually, hang on, that's the wrong route. Let me just go fetch that again. Routing, unload, import SimBrief, download. There we go. So for this portion from Ratsu to Azrun, we need a crossing clearance, or like an oceanic clearance. So you would have to call in about half an hour prior, Reykjavik radio, and get your clearance. So you will get a fixed MAC number and a fixed cruising level from that point onwards, and you have to, follow exactly the protocol. So all the wordings, right? Everything exactly as advertised, and then you program everything in, and you make sure that you hit the estimated time there at Ratsu, maintain the speed. Now on this routing, you will always have VHF coverage, so there's no need for HF radio.
4 kilo Scottish. Hello, thank you. Climb now, flight level 2.
The moment that you enter and you call Iceland radio, they say radar contact. You can omit position reports, and then he'll say direct Azrun. Right. So the whole procedure regarding clearance is necessary, yes, according to the protocol, but it does not really make much sense because literally every time you get a direct to your entry or the star fix, and that's it. Well, I'm not sure if there's anybody. No, well, the tower is online. So in Iceland, or so in Keflavik, we have the tower online, but the Iceland radio or the Reykjavik airspace is not staffed. No. Hey, King Creed. I would say one thing again that stands out is hand flying this aircraft. So it's actually surprisingly good. And so I have not tweaked anything with the yoke or anything, sensitivity curves, all standard.
Hello, thank you.
And the takeoff, the rotation, the climb out felt really nice. Quite like it, so...
Clear Bill,
hey, Class.
City Nob 1 Hotel, Scott 5416, easy 521 Lima.
Hey, Class, cool. That's some really good info. So, Class is answering. So, Class is a real-world controller, and so he's just commenting on what I've said. So, they're working on scrapping that clearance stuff. The problem is that Iceland's guys only have one radar head that'll get coverage out that far, so it's a bit dodgy whether they or that radar head is playing up. Then those procedures need to be in place. Okay, that's cool. Cool feedback. Thank you. Yeah, fly the rest and control the steering. No.
Speedbird 1464, descend flight level 80.
Flight level 80, Speedbird 1464.
Oh, Nanak, hang on.
I so 4 kilo, confirm the climb flight level 240.
So I'm just going to be...
Isaiah 4 kilo, front 240.
So let's have a look.
Or is it still showing you level at 6,000?
Can you open the door here?
Okay, just
no. So what, we have to go through...
Okay. For Isaiah 152, the flag 3D cockpit 45 minutes.
Ah, okay, so but you have, hang on.
152, you'll be out of line.
Here, you do have a cabin model.
Further for you now. Continue with Unicom on 122 decimal 8.
That's because of the zoom factor. So it's there, I would say it's a bit basic. We have seen a bit more sophisticated cabin layouts, but I mean...
Good 1464, call Edinburgh radar now, 121.2, goodbye.
121.2, thank you.
On the overhead gallery. Sorry, what? Hang on, what's that? No, let me...
Final 1549, route direct to Nimat, when ready, descend flight level 160.
So the IFE.
Route direct Nimat,
flight deck.
160, runner 1541.
That's 4 kilo, continue climb flight level 340.
That's not...
Final 340, is 4 kilo. Final level request of 38.
That's 4 kilo, roger.
Ah, that one there.
I say 4 kilo, climb flight level 380.
Running 38.
Has that really got anything?
BG6532, descent flight
behind
level
that, apart from just throwing a switch? Now we have coffee.
Logan 707, I'm going to be closed up before you get to Aberdeen, I'm afraid. There's nothing further for you now, and no traffic between you and Aberdeen. Continue with Unicom 122, that's fine.
Now probably at your...
all welcome to you on Unicom
122. Well, I don't know, it depends on where you set down.
Dublin's offline, nothing further. Unicom 122, that's fine, goodbye.
122.8,
normally, I mean, I wouldn't let anybody sit on here, no.
To Charlie Mike, leave my airspace, nothing further now. Unicom 122, that's fine, goodbye.
Interesting that they
Have a good night, 162, Charlie Mike.
That they allowed you to do so. Right, 40 minutes have passed, and 15:43 UTC sim time will be landing, so that's another hour 20, hour 15. Somewhere hour 20. Do you see yourself doing long haul with this aircraft? No. No. So I would say it's this is a very specific plane for people that have been missing
I'm going to be closed up in about 5 minutes.
a nice simulation of the 737 Max.
Perfect, no worries, thanks.
But that means you are still running P3D on your PC, and you have a fairly good PC in terms of CPU, GPU. Hey Arnie, that's really cool, thank you. That's really nice. Yeah. Same as you have on the 787. Terrain ahead, take care.
Scottish Control, easy 64 Alpha Whiskey.
Right, Master Caution Fuel. center
would
tank
you prefer
is
me
empty.
to stay on this channel or go to Unicom?
Yeah, it's 0, so that's empty.
Well, if you let's put it this way: if you stay now, then you're just going to have to switch to Unicom in 5 minutes anyway. So it's really a dealer's choice.
No worries, I'll switch over the 6-4
So yeah, the blue dashed line means your obstacles shown below the path here are or have to be within that that area. So any obstacles outside are not displayed on that vertical path.
Go ahead 9063, closing shortly, nothing further for you now. Unicom on 122 decimal 8, goodbye.
No problem, thanks a lot. 122 decimal 8 for Skyways 9063. Bye bye.
Answer 729, you leave my airspace shortly and there is no Keflavik, so there's nothing further for you now. Continue with Unicom on 122 decimal 8, goodbye.
122.8, it's great to hear your voice again. Have a great Christmas time. Nice Air7 tonight, bye.
Nice to see you, Merry Christmas.
Right, there you go, perfect. So, one thing I want to try is, let's see, so, problem is though, if I go in here, it closes the sim, doesn't it? Yeah. So that's not really such a good idea. Menu, system page. Can we do some failures through here? Yes, we can. Well, no, we can only do random failure. Clear all failure. Yeah, so Stephen, we are comparing aircraft, you know, in its current kind of generation. But I mean, yeah, Stephen, you have a point, right? So the 707 wasn't really that much bigger. At clear failure, hang on. Oh, you're right. So, okay. Yeah, so we'll start with something very basic. Probably the failures don't... Jesus Christ. So the thing is that you would need a QRH for that, really, because you don't get checklists here, do you? So I don't really know. I mean, I have a manual. Let's see if there's anything in there. Although I don't think so. Let's go manual. Angle of attack failure. Yeah. I know, you guys want to see if the MCAS is simulated. No, I can't share any, well, I mean, the OEBs aren't really top secret, but that's always changing. So right now, we had some on the Neos. There was a speed brake limitation, for example, where you're not allowed to use speed brakes on the 319, the Neos, below 240 knots if you're overweight, for example. We had some Neo stuff regarding the engines. But I would need to check that again, what's the current. Yeah, but I mean, I can't share detailed checklists for that, no. That's something I'm not allowed to do. Time for a command A and B failure, no. Yeah, so, I mean, it's got a user guide, it's got operational supplement. So it's very nice for people to learn some system stuff there, that's good. EFB supplement, so explains the EFB layout. and the menus, procedure introduction, again regarding sort of heading stuff, procedure terms and so on, but of course no complete FCOM. LOD Ice, welcome. How are you doing? The screen seems very foggy here. Well, it's not Microsoft, so it's P3D, so it would look a bit different. But foggy. Has it been 3 minutes? It has, hasn't it? And not as Chris as A320. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I should have stopped or started the stopwatch or something, because I don't know if it's been like 3 minutes or not. But surely it's been 3 minutes, right? Set button, hang on. Fuel. Set, and I set 3 minutes. Set. Oh, hang on, but failure have not been activated. Why is that? Alright, let's try then activate. Set. Ah, there we go. So low pressure. Yeah, and the procedure would literally say switch it off. And that's it. So that works. Failure failed successfully. So let's clear that. Clear failure. Set. There we go. So that has worked. So. Let's see, what else can we do? We can have a look at autofly. FCC2 fail? Auto throttle fail? Alright, selecting autopilot 2. Autopilot off, autopilot A command. Right. So it says FDD or flight director, but I guess it's just a message saying you're using your flight director input from the left hand side. So it's not independent anymore. Yeah, then I would have to go through the checklist. Spoilers are in up, it seems like. There is no ECAM here, I think, so let me just check. Is there anything with regards to info? There it can set some speed stuff. System info. So that's auto normally. So that's just a backup thingy. You can get out of here with that Airbus nonsense. Well, I mean, once you get used to the ECAM, which does take a while, I mean, it's actually not bad. Again, clear failure set. There we go. So now that FD has disappeared. Right, cool. Blame Boeing. All right, so we are currently. Let's do a fuel check here. We are overhead Baku. And we should have been here 54 minutes after departure. It's 52, so a bit of a shortcut. And we're supposed to have 6.4 plus 700, 800. So we should have 7.2 tons, and we got 7.3. So that's actually very good. So very nicely matching sim brief profile there. Perfect. Kidman, I do like the Phoenix. Jesus Christ.
Terrain. Pull up. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Gear. Too low. Flat. Too low. Terrain. Glide slope.
Well, that's really...
For your fuel expenses, and thank you for streaming Smile.
Oh, that's really, really kind. Thank you so much. Life's a Game donated a whopping 50 euros. Exactly. Big round of applause for that generous donation. Thank you so much. It will come in very handy for the Friday's stream, where we will give out some vouchers, so for people to have a chance to win some sceneries or some donation towards hardware stuff. Thank you so much. That's really kind, and have a Merry Christmas. Hey, I tell you, that's a joke about these alerts. So for me, they're very loud as well. I literally jump every time I'm getting one of those. So, but much appreciated with regards to the support. Thank you so much. That's really kind. Now I forgot what I wanted to do. With the fuel check. Harrison, hey, passed your commercial single license station. Lovely. Congratulations. In the States. Brilliant. Thanks for all your advice and knowledge onto my commercial multi next. Nice. So Harrison, all the best. All the best wishes. So whenever I hear someone come in here to the stream and tell me that they've just done a PPL or CPL, CFI, whatever they've been up to in real life, it makes me really, really smile, because I remember the time when I was at that stage, and it's, you know, these huge milestones. Yeah, and you feel so good achieving those, and you remember those for the rest of your life. You know, be your first solo flight, you name it. So Kidman, again, regarding the Phoenix, I would say that the Phoenix is definitely my favorite add-on in Microsoft Flight Sim. And not just because it's an A320, but because overall, you know, regarding the systems, the system simulation, the EFB, everything together, it's just a nice round product. So really enjoy that. So I'm watching these lines. Interesting, look at that. So now they should come back together again. Right, Ratsu, so now we would have to maintain the level and the Mach number that we filed. So we filed 0.78 actually. So I'm going to go with speed intervention, Mach 0.78, so selected speed if you like. Level 360. Oh yeah, so Mark, that actually, we know that the Microsoft menu is actually somewhat clunky. Is that what you're saying? Or I would say not exactly ergonomical. So having something like here, if you press the middle mouse button, normally you have the menu for the chase plane. Then yeah, you know, anywhere on the screen, and quickly have that round dial to select weather, sounds, whatever, you name it. Even viewpoints, right? That does sound like an interesting concept. You can overspeed. Okay, so VNAV, next page. Oh, hang on. Page 2? Ah! Okay, so we can go back here and put that... Oh, you see, that's the thing. You can't do that in the Airbus 320. But you can do it here. Nice. Yeah, I will get it, Mark. So probably on Friday we'll have a look at it. So, let's have a look again. Where were we? Oh, you're messing about with failures. So, oh, you know what? Somebody was asking me about position checks. So let's fail the GPS system. So both GPS are now failed, and it will say GPS right invalid and GPS left invalid. And if you go then to the position page, and there you go. So you can have system failure, or you could have a jammed GPS system. Oh, that was you. So okay, Nell Prober. Very good. Yeah, I remember that. You asked me that on YouTube, right? Yeah. So, same principle as in the A320. So let me get my iPad, and let's get to our favorite pastime. Oh, it's interesting. It says Master Caution IRS. Ah, GPS system. Ah, okay, interesting. So it's just one light for two of those. Okay, so let's do that. Good. Good. Clean page here, and then let's connect. Hold on. Actually, do I have that here? What's it called? Something mirror. Do I even have that here? Oh, because it's Windows 10, isn't it? Nah. Let's see, how good can you see that through the camera here? Let's just see. See that very well, can you? Yeah, the problem is that we're going to wait. Unfortunately, we've got to wait until we are within reach of a VOR station. Although, I mean, what we can do is have a look at the position error and see if it's actually becoming bigger. So if we go center, now normally you can show that, can't you? Iris left, iris right. Yeah, it's still 0.02, so you would normally expect that to get worse over time. Oh, there, yeah. So, yeah, normally now with GPS gone and also not in reach of any DME. So right now it's solely relying on its onboard inertial reference unit. And I'm pretty sure the 737 MAX also has laser gyros. So now that system has an internal error, and over time that error gets bigger and bigger. So that kind of rate of change of error gets bigger, and so that estimated, so the actual navigation performance should get worse. So you say that if you have, if you select an RNAV approach, it should warn you that it's unable. So normally it would be RNAV 1. Azrun, Dexon, execute. Then later in the approach, you mean, it should give you a warning. So through Dexon, it should actually go straight to there. Excellent. Right, so that will be the arrival routing. Now also you can actually see when you pop out the displays, they look very nice, very crisp. So that's something I've noticed as well, being nice and positive. Quite like that. So, map. Yes, sorry, the question was from Harrison. Yeah, so Diamond was kind enough to already answer a little bit from his personal experience. Because Harrison asked, any advice for multi-training? I've heard you have to study the flows for hours as you've learned. Well, Harrison, that's the thing. At least from my personal experience, when you get to the next level, so you know, from single piston or single engine to twin prop, multi-engine, whatever, there's always a lot of new stuff that you have to learn. And so later when you do your type ratings, you know, A320, 737, private jet, you name it, there is a lot of stuff that you need to learn. Kidman, I think you, looking at the price of Phoenix, for that price, I honestly think that's a good deal. That's a very good deal. And I'm sure that you, because you are very proficient with the A320, Kidman, I think you will definitely enjoy it. I would definitely say so. So yes, I mean, you're going to have to study, and you're going to have to study hard. That's just the way it is. It's always been like that. It will continue to be so. And there's always a lot of stuff, and you always feel overwhelmed, right, when studying. And you're always wondering, oh my God, how on earth am I going to get that all into my brain in that short time frame? But just don't be kind of, you know, demotivated. Just accept the fact that everyone has the same thoughts. Everyone thinks, good Lord, how on earth am I going to be able to learn all of that in such a time frame? Everybody thinks that. So just, you know, start and just bite through it. And you know, it takes effort, yes, but you want to become a pilot. You know, you have a certain goal. So I don't think that's really so hard to motivate yourself and then keep going. And you know, just churn on. It's tough, yes, but churn on, and in the end, when you've passed your checks or your tests, you will feel great. Yeah. Don't despair, Harrison. There's always, I remember myself. There's always some periods where you really, you're worn out, right? You've been studying for such a long time and you're worn out. Hey, don't worry about it. Take a day off if you can. Get your mind off. Sports, go and do some recreation, read a book, whatever. Just trying to get that balanced in a healthy way. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so Toto. I mean, maybe some developer here is watching from iFly and are thinking, oh, hey, yeah, that's true. So we didn't really think of that. And yeah, if you want to, improve or increase the accuracy of the systems, yeah, Toto is right. It should give you a alert. Oh, Kipman, yeah, well, that and then the Phoenix definitely will make you happy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So regarding the checks, so let's have a look at the chart. So when we hit mainland, there is going to be, that's just DME, isn't it? So what we need is a VOR DME station to do a proper accuracy check. So let's see, it's a bad kind of example to do that today, because literally the first one we're gonna come across is Keflavik. So what you need to do is you need to tune a we're talking about A320. So what you need to do is tune a VOR that has a DB co-located with it. And then what you want to do is you want to display the raw data on your nav display, right? So you need a VOR raw data needle pointing to somewhere, and then of course a DME distance. And then what you do, you switch to the normal map mode, and on your map you will see that station being drawn and shown on the map, right? Then you will see that the VOR needle should point directly over that station. And then you have a DME distance.
Autopilot.
Hey, Kitman!
Autopilot.
Kitman, thank you so much. Another donation from him. Thank you so much for your amazing support this year again, Kitman. Thank you. So I have to thank you, Kitman, for all of your amazing support. Yeah, and if you have any questions, Kitman, regarding the Phoenix, and I know I have been advertising for the app, the FSI panel. So Kitman, the FSI panel I can truly recommend as well, especially for someone like you that has a good amount of experience on the Airbus, and you're looking for some challenges. That's something really to look at. Yeah, so Washington bound, sorry, yeah, it's just me trying to please everyone again. So that's what Toto posted in the... Hold on. Hang on. Just need to get rid of a couple of spaces there. Hold on. So there you go. That's what Toto wrote on Twitch. All right. So again, so you have a VUR needle, right? That should be pointing right over the station, and the distance, so the DV distance, will also should also make sense. So let's say it's 70 miles. So here's 40 miles. There's 80 miles. So the VOR should be drawn in the correct position there. All right. That's normally done at 10,000 feet, normally, or latest, let's say. And I would say that if it's more than 5 degrees offset, or you have more than 5 miles difference regarding DME indication and the drawn DME station on the nav display, then I would definitely check with the station if you can, or otherwise not trust the nav display. Washington bound, yep, welcome. McLaren, well, I mean, if you've been a lot in Microsoft Flight Sim, so the first thing you realize or you see is that, I mean, the visuals aren't really comparable, right? I mean, you get used to the P3D visuals quickly, and there are some things that are better in P3D at the moment still than in Microsoft Flight Sim. For example, the weather radar simulation. So that's still a lot better in conjunction with Active Sky, that is. Right, so that's something that's still, I think, personally, a little bit more immersive in P3D. System-wise, so, I mean, we have aircraft that have a tremendous, depth in system simulation, that are enjoyable that way, and of course people have paid a lot of money in the past to have these aircraft add-ons or airport add-ons, terrain add-ons in P3D, and so it depends on where you kind of put your emphasis on, right? If you are someone who puts a lot more emphasis on visuals, well, Microsoft definitely is better than that, P3D. And even at the moment, I mean, X-Plane 12 has improved, but yeah, it's still not quite, visually wise comparable to Microsoft Flight Sim. But, and here's a big but, there's so many things in Microsoft that are still not correctly simulated that, yeah, that will, throw off some people. So especially those that are flying in real life and, yeah, just missing that, that correct simulation of aerodynamics, ground effect, CG, center of gravity, inertia. And there, I have to say that X-Plane 12 obviously is the way to go. So the developers there have really implemented a lot of new things and changes into X-Plane 12 to get, the airflow is correct, influences of inertia, weight, etc. correct. So that's something. It's frustrating for us flight simmers because, man, if we could get you know, all of these different aspects in one sim, that would be so brilliant. Well, Bob, I mean, today the single-engine A319 Texian with the TOLUS actually felt good. It felt realistic. Yeah, Hawk, I know. That's, you know, even the flare, so the ground effect will throw off real-world pilots very often. All right, so of course I've got a good excuse, right? When I'm landing in Microsoft Flight Sim, it's that ground effect that's completely bugged. That throws me off, obviously. So that's why my landings are not the best. No, so seriously, there's definitely a ground effect issue in Microsoft Flight Sim. Yes. Yeah, Mighty Morph. Now, be aware. You need a proper aircraft add-on, or the aircraft add-on has to work together with that new X-Plane 12 simulation. Right, so the add-on makers have to adapt their aircraft to X-Plane 12. And Toto, for example, if you do not know Toto Ritko, he's the developer of the Hot Start Challenger 650 and the Hot Start TBM. And he's already gone through that process. So his Challenger, not the TBM, but the Challenger, he said, is already adapted to the new X-Plane 12 aerodynamic model. And so the handling should feel very realistic when you fly the Challenger. That has, you know, every aircraft add-on maker has to go through that process, right, to make their add-on feel just like the real aircraft, or very close to the real aircraft. So now, the X-Plane 12 gives the option to do so. It's just the add-on makers have to comply and go with it. Yes, Mighty Morph. So we've seen, for example, there are a couple of GA aircraft now in X-Plane 12 that have, you know, proper torque effect. Yeah, so all the wind effects, all the aerodynamic effects properly modeled, the CG, center of gravity effects, that sort of stuff, right? So why is that important? Well, I mean, people, for example, having a PPL flying the Cessna 172, when they fly a simulator, they want to have the same effects as in real life, right? So the same holds true for me as a rated A320 pilot. I would love to have an add-on that feels exactly like a real aircraft. So behaves the same way, has the same kind of, you know, responsiveness, the same kind of weather influence like the real aircraft. That would be brilliant. Now, I know it's not that simple to do so, but it's not impossible. Okay, so Piper L4 says the X-Plane 12 Piper Cup is very well done in all aspects. Well, there we go. So it's good to hear that, because for me, I can't compare the Piper Cup in X-Plane 12 with the real aircraft, because I don't fly it in reality. So, you know, that's why people like you, like Piper, that has a good comparison real world to the sim, yeah, could give some feedback on that. Well, actually, you know, I've just seen that we've got RMP 0.3 now. So it is getting a little bit worse. But yeah, in reality, it will be up to, I don't know, close to 1, I think now. Somewhere between 0.5 and 1. Again, because at the moment, it's just we're relying solely on its IR units. Let me find that station again. That is 110.7. So if we go and dial in, so we should at least get a DME distance. Okay, so that's an error. Oh, hang on. Maybe it's a 7. Let's try that. Hey, thank you much for the raid, Concordex. I hope you had a great stream. What were we up to? I'm sure you did that at group flight. Where to? Yeah, we failed. So we're playing around a bit with the 737-Max. So from iFly is a new add-on that came out for Prepared, and it has a failure system. So we failed both GPS just to try some stuff out. And a big shout out to Concordex. If you don't know him, just please check out his channel on Twitch. How can you order a... So you mean a flight from Moldova to Sharm el-Sheikh or Larnaca? Well, normally, one thing that's vital is I need a good scenery for that. So let me just... do you have the ICAO codes, Joyce? So... I mean, I do have Larnaca, so I can give you Larnaca for sure. So Lima Charlie, Lima Kilo, that's Larnaca. But what's Moldova? Because normally it shouldn't really be that long. I don't really want to do a lot of long-range flights. Good, we got top of descent coming up in round about 60 miles. Concordex, you flew from Vancouver to Valdez. Yeah, of course, in the Concorde. I would not expect anything else. And Lewis Daniel, hello to you. How you doing? Yes, so Mighty Morph, the GPS failure happens at the moment, obviously in regions where there are conflicts. So when you get near Syria, Iraq, you know, Russian borders, that sort of stuff. So obviously there is GPS jamming. And so there you can have a GPS failure. Normally it's not an issue because you will have a DME station. And so when you receive 2 DMEs, it does 2 circles, right, around that DME station, and it will have 2 intersections. And it can use that data to update the onboard FMS position. And so that way you will get a better actual navigation performance. But right now, we are still not receiving any DMEs. You would normally have an issue with just the onboard INS working. Yes, Captain Ranger, there are aircraft that do that use the localizer and the DME distance to update the FMS, yeah. That is possible, yes. Kilo India Victor is the 3-letter. Okay, I'll try to find out. But hang on, is that Chisinau? Yeah, Chisinau, right? I've actually been there in real life, actually. Flew there. Wow, 40 knots. Yeah, we need to do a weather check. And we do have ATIS, don't we? So... Thank you so much for the controlling, and hopefully it won't take that much longer. So we've got 33 estimate, which is... How? Oh, look at that. That's actually interesting. Of course, we've switched off the GPS, so now it doesn't get the UTC time from GPS, and also no date time from GPS. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 aircraft inbound to Keflavik right now. Now, I'm not saying they all are flying that route because of my stream, but it's interesting to see so many aircraft inbound, and I have a feeling that has to do with the weather situation. Right now, they're reporting north 32 gust 45. Drifting snow, -1. Visibility is good though, 9 plus more than 10 kilometers. And few 2,600. So it's windy, it's cold. You hear a famous streamer's flying there. Who is it? Do I know him? Okay, so no promises. I will have a look at that. Okay, Joyce. So yeah, stay tuned to the channel, and maybe towards the end of the year, or let's say next week, I will be able to do so. But no promises. It all depends on what comes up and what means I have. Oh, he looks like David Hasselhoff. Ah, that guy. Ah, yeah. Yeah, so Captain Ranger, the thing is this. I'm used to having a clock that is independent. Yeah, Bruno, thank you much for the reminder. So what we do, if we think that a time is a bit off, we look at the GPS data regarding date and time, and we will adjust time manually on those clocks. But it does make sense. I mean, the GPS clock is extremely accurate. Insane base, always. So it does make sense to use that data. Absolutely. Hey, merci.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber
Salut
experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be served.
On the NGs, you have to do that as well. Okay.
Hello.
Salutings. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. 27 months. Thank you so much for the resub. Salutings, I am so sorry that that France didn't win. Man, what a game. I actually thought after, you guys were back 2-0, I thought that's it. And then I was actually doing some workout, and then I heard that they scored 2 goals, and that now they are in overtime. Yeah, and then it was a nail biter. What a great what a great game. One of the best finals. Oh, that's really kind to say, yes, Olivings. GG. So, let's have a look again. Currently, still 0.03. And I will dial in AVOR in a minute. So let's go terminal charts. Let's go back. Let's go Keflavik. Edit the clips. So let's do arrivals. And that's the Azrun arrival. What can we plan now? Hold on. Arrival. So let's go back again and use the Zulu ILS. Azrun 3 November. Decks on transition. Execute. Page down. Page down. There it is. And the approach will fly the ILS approach, obviously. Zulu 01. There it is. Complete. So, via Dexon, standard approach to be expected out of 1800. Very low final approach altitude. And windy day, we've seen that as well. The minimums for the approach are Cat 1, 340. Now it's -1 degree. That's 15, 16 colder. So for, let's say, 5%. It's only about 5 feet, isn't it? Or 10 feet. Alright, let's add 10 feet to the minimums. So 350 then. Round it up. I was just about to type that in, but I need to put it here. 350. So Barrow 350. Well, Brendel, it was actually gusting 45 a couple of minutes ago, so it's actually died down a bit. Which I'm not unhappy to hear. Oh, darn! You're right. Ugh. Blimey, how did that top of descent come down so quick? Jeez. What were we doing? I think we need a top of descent E-mode.
Now that's how pros do it.
Right. No, but I mean, we'll have to talk to Senshai. Poor Senshai, he's so busy making all these E-modes for us. And I'm like, oh, can you do this? Can you do that? He's like, yeah. I know, Airbus drivers. I know. I'll take that. Good. So within that, this approach is straight ahead, 3,000 feet. That's no biggie. That's fine. Now we are landing 0-1 with a lot of headwind, and so I would say we'll leave the auto brake off. But it's busy. I tell you, we're probably not allowed to roll down right to the end. Condition, wet, wind. Let's put that 010 at 20 meters per second. So double that is knots. Temperature was -1, and the QNH is 1003. Right. Yeah, I think so, because I've limited that to 30 FPS. It should be okay now. But I can again, as a word of warning, the HUD does cost some FPS here. Aircon on, engine. Well, I tell you with that. Well, no, just engine anti-ice. It's not that bad. At lower altitudes. Brakes. Alright, let's calc that with brake 1. And weight and balance. Complete. E-ref. Now with that wind, That's headwind, isn't it? So it's so we have to add what, maximum 15 knots? So I think that's the maximum, isn't it? Oh, landing, blimey. Hang on, show en route. That's it. That's what's missing. So let's do all operative. GPS does not have an influence on the land distance. 68 tons. Blimey, that is heavy, isn't it? Is MCAS simulated? Not that I've tried and not that I've heard of, so we'd have to post that directly to the developers of the add-on. Now, since that it's a sensitive topic, isn't it? And so I wouldn't be surprised if they said no, we don't implement that for obvious reasons. Brennan, absolutely, yeah. Well, we talked a little bit about doing cruise flight, you know, pros and cons for all flight simulators. So we've got, with auto brake 1, we need 2,400 meters, and we have 3,000 available. So, I mean, yeah, let's go auto brake 1 then. And it's going to be a flat 30 landing. Because it's so windy and gusty. The add-on, yes, so Captain Ranger, what I found is that, well, we're still not coming into the path here. Blimey. Right, speed brakes extended. I thought flying a bit faster, we'd be able to descend a bit quicker. But man, that's that is interesting. 159 for the approach speed. Now that's important. If you do additionals, it's important to calculate the landing distance with that additional. Yeah, solid wings, you not in the EFB, but clear note. Hang on, where's my sim menu? Panel style, general. So if you go to US system, what will happen is that it will change all of the weights to pounds. So let me just show you that. So menu performance, weight and balance. See, now everything's in pounds. Right, so that's the problem with that. So I see actually it not being a huge issue using the metric system, because if you have 4 meters per second, it's about 8 knots. So I have less issue calculating those values. Right, got some rain there, it looks like. So let's go menu terminal charts, and let's look at the transition is 7,000, so 80. So we go VNAV forecast, and then put that to 080 there. Cool. Look at that, we're coming in nicely into path. Pro pilot, 10,000 above for the next waypoint. Speed brakes coming in. Beautiful sunset, like it. It says 7.5, well, I mean 80, we don't fly 7.5, do we? So 80 is fine on that. Yeah, so 80 is the last flight level that we're flying. Below that, it'll be QNH. So Azroom above Timbu, that's Kilo Foxtrot 113. Woo. Thank you. So here's the panel lights, floodlight. Okay. And let's do gain. Let's dial down the gain a bit. And here we select the altitude where it scans. Because that would have me worried if I have those kind of echoes. Keflavik, that's one thing I wanted to check. The Keflavik VUR is 12.8. So I'm going to dial that in here. 12.8. And then we're going to do the accuracy check. And the ILS frequency is... Well, I mean, this aircraft add-on in general does have a bit more engine anti-ice on. It is quite FPS hungry, I would say, yeah. Let's see what's on. Let's go back to VNAV. Slow down a bit. There we go, 10,000 to maintain. Now that we're using VNAV, we can also go down to 2,500 on the approach. Is it really that warm? Hang on. Hold on. Yes, -3. Exactly. So if it's colder than plus 10 degrees Celsius and you're in visible moisture, which we are, the clouds, then you switch on the anti-ice, yes. 11.3. So I'm going to pre-dial. Actually, I'm going to activate the ILS here. Pre-dial it here. So we've set that. And the inbound course is 014. Tower is 18.3. Let's pre-select that.
Stabilize runway 01, standing.
Windmill 62 Charlie Mike, Keflavik Tower, good evening. We continue approach, number 3.
Continue number 3, windmill 3 Charlie Mike.
Busy.
Go correction 627 Mike.
Busy, busy, busy.
Neptune 03 Charlie, winds 030 degrees 29 knots, costing 40, runway 01, clear to land.
Going, it's very similar to the PMG standard, I would say.
Neptune 03 Charlie is able, you can vacate right on.
So, you know, even with the EFB, everything feels a lot like the PMG.
Copy.
And one thing I really like is the manual flying.
Charlie Mike, you can taxi to stand 11 via Echo 4.
Although, that's begin after the approach. This is going to be a challenging approach for sure.
Stand 11 via Alpha 4 in November for EC6 to Charlie Mike.
Everything here. The cameras. So, checklist time. Descent checklist. Just pull it up. Descent, pressurization, landing altitude 250 feet checked. Recall. Should be IRS. And that's the GPS. Failed. Checked. Auto brake 1. VREF 141. And the approach speed will be 156. Although, hang on, I could enter the approach speed, can't I? So, 156. Invalid entry. Oh, I have. No, oh, sorry, 155. Let's do 155 now. Put in the gross weight first. Ah. Oh, it's actually got worse. 0.08. That's interesting. So let's put the QNH 1003.
Windmill 62 Charlie Mike, wind 030 degrees 29 knots, costing 40, runway 01, clear to land.
Whoa, 40 knots, blimey. Now, is there anyone else ahead of me? There should be an aircraft.
Welcome to Keflavik. You can continue backtrack runway.
Yeah, let's slow down a bit.
Then right November 1 to stand 121.
Backtrack runway 28, then right November 1 and stand 121 to 03 Charlie, and just so you know, we had another winch of the
Oh, of course.
That's 03 Charlie.
Yeah, makes sense. Disregard. Okay, cool, thanks.
Charlie, thank you.
Right, so that is set. Approach briefing completed. And we'll slow down. 2,500 feet. Oh, blimey, that scared me. Well, that's P3D, that's not iFly.
Oh, 0 knots, that's 1,000.
Yuck. 0 degrees. Ah, there's the traffic, 7 miles ahead of me. So let's just get the speed brakes out a bit. Let's slow down.
Tower, I hear 431, we are 8 miles, runway 01.
I said 431, Keflavik Tower, good evening, continue approach, number 2.
Continue, I hear 431.
So 250 knots is the packet speed, so that's 1. Yeah, that's active sky. Let me go options, sounds, audio options, select audio volume. Let's try to get that down a bit. Well, rain has stopped anyways. GG. So the ILS identified. Oh, it's snowing now. Ha! Oh, there you go. Bit snowing. Lol. Oh, that's because of pulse lights. Lol. Okay, now it's getting spicy. View or lock lights though. Oops, sorry. Speed here. Here comes flaps 5. There's the runway.
Windmill 62 Charlie Mike, welcome to Keflavik. Vacate left on Alpha 1.
Left on Alpha 1, windmill 60 Charlie Mike.
Let's arm the spoilers. Keflavik Tower, good evening. Ice Air 792 is on the ILS Zulu 01.
2500. 729 Keflavik Tower, good evening, continue approach, number 2.
Continue approach, ISS 729. Right, gears coming down. Spoilers is armed, lights are on.
I said 431, wind 0
yeah, ice cold.
degrees 29 9 knots, costing 40. Runway 01, get land.
40 knots.
Clear to line 01, I said 40.
And we said 150.
729, that's minimum approach speed.
156. The approach speed already in place. ISO 79.
Thank you.
Right, and then flaps.
To Charlie Mike. For the Keflavik, you can taxi to stand 8 via Echo. November 4, November 13.
Set. Landing checklist. Engine start switches. Continuous. Speed brake. Armed green light. Gear down 3 green. Flaps 30. Green light. Landing checklist completed. Let's try some manual flying. Why I have not got that.
Wind check 037330.
Now I did say I want to try the HUD. So let's see how that works. And let's show the aircraft a bit.
ISO 431, welcome to Keflavik, vacate left to enable.
$1,000.
1,000 is checked. Are we stable? I think so.
ISO 729ers, wind 03, 30 degrees, 30 knots, expect late landing tips.
ISO 79, thank you. So right now there's not really anyone close behind. Why am I like kind of drifting? Speed so much off to the left. Oh, we got wind from slightly left.
ISO 729ers, runway 01 cleared land.
Runway 01 cleared land, ISO 79. There's a lot of crosswind in here as well.
431, taxi to stand 7 via Echo 4. November 4, November 12, clear to cross runway 28.
Echo 4, November 4, and requesting stand 7-4, and clear across.
Oh, that's snowfall.
400.
I feel I'm going to have a fit here.
Stand 7-4 approved via Echo 4, November 4.
Oh, that's a lot of crosswind. I have a feeling.
Echo 4, November 4, and November 14.
Should get it.
Wind shear. Wind
Oh,
shear.
wind shear.
Wind shear.
Go around, max power. Wind shear procedure, we'll leave everything as is. Where's my toga button? There. ISO 79, wind shear procedure going around.
ISO 729ers, approaches. Standard missed approach and coming back 1 ILS.
Standard approach.
You can always go around.
Right, I don't see
it don't look right coming down. Don't wait until your side speed is sliding on the ground. You can always go around.
Right, 3,000 feet. So let's go 3,000. Autopilot. Auto thrust, speed, nav, altitude hold, so inbound, 3,000 straight ahead, flaps up. Whoa, that surprised me.
2,500.
Jeez! Now come on, 3,000 please, level change. Thank you. So, gears up, flaps are up. We are at 220 knots. Wow, that was the only issue I have, my go around button, so my toggle button's not working on the peripherals, which is kind of a bit of a drag. So, fuel check.
Isaiah 152,
5.5.
Tower, good evening, wind 030 degrees 30 knots, runway 01,
Wind diversion is 4.7, so we have about 800 kilograms.
152 for your information, and was reported wind shear from shop final.
I have proof. I have witnesses. It was only very short, wasn't it? It was like one call out wind shear, and that was it. Yeah, so the wind shear is detected via the INS system. So the accelerometers, they measure certain changes in path. And I would assume also take some air data. So vertical speed, wind speed change. And then it will give out a, beyond a certain threshold where you have a change in inertia. And ISS 729 request.
Isaiah 729, go ahead.
Yeah, we would love to try another approach into Keflavik if possible. We have about 15 minutes extra fuel.
Confirm trying another approach.
Yes, safe ISS 729.
Yep, no problem. Just call me back once you're established on ILS 01.
Thank you. Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah, stupid. Silly me, actually. It's Glasgow, Reynolds. So we have still, enough fuel. I know it doesn't look that much, does it? 5.4. But for Glasgow, we need 3.8 tons.
Keflavik Tower, player 13 Lima, direct Exxon 7000 for ILS approach 01.
Wow, that's snowfall.
Player 13 Lima, Keflavik Tower.
I would say we need a wing anti-ice as well.
You're still outside my airspace, so you can call me back once on the ILS for 01. Oké, tack för det. Tack.
Okay, so we'll shoot another approach. Same procedure. So let's program that in. So departure arrival, ILS Zulu 01. This time, I think this time we're coming from the other side. So let's do Rendu, execute, and then we go direct to Rendu. Execute Elna. What are you laughing about? Hang on. What's going on? So let's do 3000 here. That's fine. Right, progress. So we're expecting to be landing with 5.1. So keeping fingers crossed that
152, welcome to Keflavik.
We're not going to go into wind shear.
Taxi to stand 14 via November 4.
14 via November 4, Isaiah 115.
Yeah, but Vargar, Reynolds, Vargar is a difficult airport. I don't really want to go to an airport that has, some issues. What I can do is that is a bit annoying, isn't it? Yeah, let me turn off the lights. Amsterdam, lol. Now, the way I would answer that as a captain, Yoda, I would say, I appreciate your input, but no. All right? No. Right, there's an aircraft coming in, but he's at 6.4. So I tell you what we'll do, actually. We're going to go do a short approach. Let me go and fly via Souville. So we're going to go to 2.5, just so that we squeeze in before the other aircraft. That's 1. Going to dim down those returns there. And ISO 729. Since an aircraft coming in, it looks like 20 or 25 miles away, I'll do a short approach via Souville.
ISO 729, can you repeat please?
Yeah, I'll do a short approach via Souville since there seems to be another aircraft coming in from the south.
Yeah, no problem.
Righty, so let's go flaps 5.
Guten Abend, Black Box.
Schönen Abend. So we're doing 1800 in Souville. So it's kind of a short approach. Try not to mess this up. Let's go heading
2500.
So we'll do Souville, and then outbound is 194. Flaps 50. Gosh, let's do flaps 10. Oh, there's the traffic. It's going to be too tight. So ISO 729. No, the traffic's too close. We'll do a normal pattern. Yeah, here's coming back up. Level of 2000 here. Here's coming back up. Yeah, I can't squeeze in. Yeah, I see that the map, the VATSIM map, is actually delayed by about 5 minutes. So, hey, V Chris. Right, ILS identified again. Minimum remains the same. Briefing remains the same. QNH is still 10. Actually, is that 1004? So that's set. Yeah, snow everywhere.
Tower player 13 Lima established.
Look at that. Ugh.
Player 13 Lima, wind 030
That's really
30
distracting.
knots, runway 01, clear to land. Clear to land 13 Lima.
Alright, now let's go base. So should be nobody else inbound. That's 5 miles base, turn, but all good. Overhead water. Tara, can you give me a wind check, please, from ISO 729?
030 degrees, 30 knots.
Copy, thank you. Yeah, I know it's 1800, but just for navigation purposes, let's do 2000. Yeah, I know what you're referring to, Zubel 1800. What do you think about the livery? That's all right. But I did like the yellow in the old one. So But this looks modern, right? So no complaints. Brennell, I don't have the scenery installed for that. And also, Brennell, then things get really spicy. Also, it's getting midnight, it's getting late. I'm getting tired. And Runar says, yesterday the airport was closed because of the weather. Right, let's go down 1800. On intercept heading, we'll do the autopilot on. Let's just do autopilot neo lock. Heading select. So we've got lock armed, light slope armed. Let's go gear down. Approach speed again is 155. Flaps 25. Taxi light off. That's a hard day's work today. Well, Stark, I tell you what. In real life, you would think twice about starting another approach. The only argument you would have maybe is if the wind shear was caused by a stronger kind of CB, so influenced from a shower, very strong shower or something, and that has moved on. Okay, then you have an argument saying that the weather has moved on. It's very unlikely we'll get another wind shear. But otherwise, you'll be hard pressed to justify another approach in these conditions. Right, localizer being captured. So the center point is at 5.2 from the ILS. Currently 7.7 fuel check. 5 tons. Diversion 4.7. So now the situation will be somewhat tense. Right? If you have another wind shear, you need a diversion to Glasgow. And that takes how long? That takes 2 hours. So you can feel the pressure rising. Yeah, so Stark, not just wind shear, but any kind of weather situation that causes you to go around, be it fog, wind shear, severe turbulence, whatever. That would mean that obviously you would have, very likely the same conditions on the second approach. Then you would not.
Left on Kilo 1. Did I miss it? No, coming up now.
You would not do that second approach. Right, flaps 30, final setting. Landing checklist. We've got the engine start switch is continuous. We'll switch everything to ice off now.
ISR 72 wind 030 degrees 30 knots, runway 01, clear to land.
01 clear land, ISR 79. Speed brake, arm green light, we've got gear down to green, and flaps 30, green light.
Thank you, Vestok.
Wind shear. Oh, wind shear. Wind shear.
Taxi to stand 7.
Right, that's clearly a nuisance warning. Because we literally have no...
To stand 7 via Echo 4
any
via
change
November 4, is that correct?
It's a bug.
Negative, stand 7-2 via Echo 4 November.
And we're still very high normally. At this altitude, I'm surprised it actually came on. Although
Wind shear.
Oh, come on,
Wind shear.
seriously?
Wind shear.
No! I don't want to go to Glasgow for crying out loud.
$1,000.
1,000's checked. Yeah, that seems very sensitive because the wind is not. The wind is like steady, 30 knots. It's not really jumping around that.
Wind shear. Wind shear.
Yeah,
Wind
that
shear.
seems like really kind of. Now, guys, in real life, yes, you would go around and you would take that seriously.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
But look, the wind is really steady. And here on the prime flight display, it's not really a capacity grade. It's not really that.
500. 400. 300.
Oh, hang on, yeah.
Approaching minimums. 200.
Yeah, in real life, obviously, it will probably not
Minimums.
give that warning. Continue.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
So we got spoilers, reverse, and we got good decel. Minor brakes. Reverse is closing. Auto brake should be disarmed. It is. Just going to slow down a bit more before taking that turn. There we go. Could be a bit slippery. Butter shear. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's 3D prints. Although I have to say these are not that high quality, so these are not the same as I've gotten for the A320. Hence, they are not.
729er, welcome to Keflavik. Taxi to stand 12 via Echo, November 4, November 13, clear to cross 28.
Ice Air 729, I cleared across runway, just crossing now, and cleared to gate 14, and please say again the routing.
It's gate 12 via Echo, November 4, November 13.
So there we go, so gate 12, Echo, November 4, November 13 for Ice Air 729. Only got a couple numbers wrong there. Like everything. Right, so there's Echo 4. That's Kilo. Wow, look at the snow. That's something. I have to say, that's actually looking quite good. That indicated airspeed 50, the ground speed 20. Just have a look at the airport layout here. So November 4 is next to the left. And then I have to find the gate. It actually feels slippery. I'm trying to get around the corner here. What's happening? Man, I tell you what, I would not really fancy flying to Iceland or to Keflavik tonight. Simply because It will give you a headache. With that wind, snowfall, drifting snow. So just trying to find the position 1, 2. Gate 1, 2. Taxi. Parking stands. Alright, it's right in the corner there. Okay, so November 1-4. No, November 1-3 entry, and then we've got the gate there. Fantastic. So, weather radar off. I feel cold looking outside here.
Keflavik Tower, good evening. Either 64 Alpha Whiskey on the Osborne 3 November arrival. Speed 250 knots, expecting ILS runway 01. Inbound Kilo Foxtrot 379, information from Charlie.
TC64 Alpha Whiskey, Keflavik Tower, good evening. You're still outside my airspace, so you can call me back once you're established on the island.
Gate.
Perfect, thanks. 64 Alpha Whiskey.
1, 2, no. Right, there's gate 1, 2, that goes off. APU is available, fantastic. Oops, sensitive. There's Kipman. Kipman, how was your approach? How was that spicy as mine? Oh, he's hiding behind that lamppost there. GG. I didn't know that either. I don't know. Press the button there, I guess, somewhere. Right, so, so there we go. That's off, that's off, that's off. Yeah, that's a new feature in the Max. You can use the autopilot to taxi in. Right, that. Engine light eyes will get fixed as well. Leave that. Well, actually, we'll switch that off as well. So that.
Keflavik Tower, good evening. 2 Yankee Oscar Lima Oscar with information Charlie, request and route clearance and request Mach point 52.
Right, I left the flaps out for a icing check. So normally when you fly in these conditions,
It's
been outside a bit long.
Lima Oscar, Keflavik Tower, good evening.
Yeah, you would just do a quick outside check and make sure that there's no ice
Oscum 3 Alpha departure runway 01.
anywhere in the flat.
After Oscum, direct India
flat system,
November.
anywhere there or in there.
I'll call you in 2 minutes.
That way, if you do have ice, and I've had that happen, rarely, but it can happen. And then, yeah, you need maintenance to de-ice that prior to retracting the flaps. TCAS, yes sir.
Okay, 2 Yankee Oscar Lima Oscar, you're clear to hub. Oscum 3 Alpha departure runway 01. After Oscum, direct India November Golf. Climb via the SIT, flight level 270, Mach decimal 52, and squawk 1.
So, shut that checklist, few pumps. We'll take the
To Yankee
aft
Oscar Lima
cutoff,
Oscar, we are
forward
cleared to
pump
hip
on.
via the Oscom 3 Alpha departure out of runway 01. After Oscom, direct India November Golf.
Remove that APU forward, or the forward pump on for the APU. Hydraulic panel is set. Parking brake is on. And engine start levels cut off. Weather radar is off. Yeah, so Brennell, that's the thing, right? So if you divert, and that's something you have to realize. Let me just bring up the flight plan here. So right now we have 4.7 tons. Hey, Empty Cross and Bone King. So we have 4.7 tons. And so in the tanks, let me show that here. So we've got 4.7. And that's exactly our min diversion fuel. And so we would have the fuel to go around, do the missed approach procedure, and then fly according to the planned routing. Although today it's set direct. And for that we will need 2 hours and 3.8 tons of fuel. So you will arrive with your final reserve fuel, which is 856 kilograms. And that's 30 minutes final time. And that's what I mean with you need to be aware of these fuel figures. So, you know, you kind of put yourself at ease saying, hey, I have enough fuel for the you know, flight to the alternate airport. What people don't realize is if you just take the fuel for the standard flight, so according to legal requirements, you will be left at your alternate airport with 30 minutes final time. That's it. That's how this is legally calculated. Right? And that's not a lot. So imagine you've chosen an alternate airport that has, you know, also very challenging weather conditions. Oof, you are really putting yourself into a kind of a tight spot there. So looking back now at our flight, at our missed approach regarding wind shear, I would say 95% of all pilots that had to go around, and let's assume it wasn't a nuisance warning like we got today there on the second approach especially. So let's say on the first approach we literally got one wind shear warning somewhere, what was it, 400 feet, 500 feet? And so you would take that as a valid warning. You would do the wind shear procedure, and then with that in mind of having 30 minutes at your alternate airport, if you do another approach and then have to go around again, you would have a good think about that, if that's really a sensible thing to do. So I'm pretty sure that, let's say not say 95, let's say 85% of all the pilots in real life would actually have not chosen to do a second approach and would have taken those 800 kilograms extra that we had for the second approach and taken that with them to Glasgow. Yeah, but be aware, so 856 kilograms on a fuel flow of average 2 tons per hour, because we are having the LEAP engines in here that have obviously less fuel flow than the CFM engines. You know, that's still, but half an hour is not that much. I would agree with that. Oh yes, we did. So we had 800 kilograms extra on the flight today, and if it were possible to take more in real life, I would have taken even more fuel. And I would have kept myself a bit more for the alternate. So what I would have done is probably taken, let's say, 1,500 kilograms extra, so that I can have a comfortable second approach. And then if I go missed again, I would not have only 30 minutes at the alternate airport. So I would have a bit more with that. And so it's, you know, it's not a crime in these conditions to take on half an hour, 45-minute extra
Shadow
fuel.
approved, and we have Charlie to Yankee Oscar Lima Oscar.
Oh yeah, so it's a very good question, Stark. When you fly, and we've covered that at some time regarding the Plan B, right? So in-flight decision making, we call it. So when you fly to a destination airport that has threats, and this wind today and the snowfall is definitely a threat, so we would actually increase preemptively, we would actually increase the final time, so the final reserve fuel, so the 30 minutes, we would increase that to 45 minutes. So we would add, or we would subtract 15 minutes fuel from the extra that we've taken on, so that if we have to divert, according to the flight plan, we would have 45 minutes at the alternate airport. That's something we do as in-flight decision making. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if at any point we start to think that, because of the changing weather conditions, the alternate airport may be getting problematic as well, i.e. getting threats as well, then we would think about an in-flight fuel stop. So we would land somewhere to tanker some fuel. It does cost some extra time and obviously some money, but we would do that because you don't want to get yourself into that corner. And not too long ago, we had a 320 in South America that landed with how much remaining? 300 kilograms?
No problem. Do you want me to contact you back when I'm established again? Easy 6-4 Alpha Whiskey.
Somewhere in that region? So like 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes remaining fuel. Good night, Reynolds. Yes, looking forward to Friday, Reynolds. Thank you so much. And I'll chat to you regarding the group flights. Thank you so much for all the help. Right, so regarding the aircraft add-on, I would say, knowing that a lot of people still have P3D, and knowing people love the 737 and are curious, or actually, are missing the 737-Max, I think you guys will definitely enjoy this add-on. It is a bit heavy on FPS, so if you're already running a weak system and you're already having, some FPS issues with the standard add-ons, maybe then it's not the best idea to get this add-on. But on a normal PC, I would say it's on the level with PMDG. It's fun to fly. Manual flying is nice. I enjoyed it. A bit sensitive, yes, on the wind shear stuff, but maybe I could have dialed down the wind shear settings or the wind gust settings in active sky. Maybe that would have helped. But yeah, but it was an enjoyable flight. Absolutely. Have you seen the Lufthansa to Funchal? It's a sick video. I think no, I've not completely watched it yet. No. Yeah, so normally Captain Live, that's what you would do because it does signal to other aircraft that you are taking off now. So strobe lights on as you line up, and in the A320 extend the landing lights. Don't put them on, but just extend the landing lights, and then once you get the takeoff clearance, switch the landing lights on. Lee, how was your landing? Lee? I completely forgot, Lee. How was your landing? And Kipman, I hope you had a good, enjoyable flight as well. Ground support, connect. It was great, fantastic. Yeah, spicy, right? Nice and smooth. That's brilliant. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, and then hopefully see you on Friday, Lee. And then you've got holidays. Yeah, well, That's how it's supposed to be with that wind, yeah. Oh yeah, so Maxi, I think anybody that has gone through this, Kidman says the landing was bad. Well, I mean, in this wind condition, Kidman, I'd take a hard landing over a landing with a long flare and you know, being drifted off the center line. Yeah, so anybody that has gone through the situation where they didn't have much fuel, wow, I mean, yeah, I think they are then going to take extra on every flight. Let me just thank the controller here for... Right. Oh yeah, I'm going to take the opportunity here to thank all of the VATSIM controllers. I've had so much fun this year. So I'm just talking about this year. I've had so many absolutely amazing situations and flights that were so much fun, and it would never have been that much fun without VATSIM control. So so a big thank you, a big shout out to all of the lovely people on VATSIM, giving us the you know, the amazing experience, you know, so lifelike, so real, yeah, brilliant. So again, big round of applause for those people. Where's my button? There it is. Yeah, so thank you to everyone, all of the controllers that take the time, free time to provide that service to us. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sammy. Fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, Maxi, well, thanks for sharing that experience. Yeah, again, you know, monitor the fuel. Don't be too stingy with the fuel. That's, you know, what we have a saying is that it's not really fuel in your tanks, it's time in your tanks. Think of it that way. Time that you have to make good decisions. If you don't have much fuel, you don't have much time to make good decisions. So, yeah. Time in your tanks, not fuel. Plus 2 tunnel for the Okay, guys, thank you so much. I hope you've enjoyed the flight. I'm actually surprised the interest, and looking at the viewer numbers during the stream. So the interest about this add-on is actually really high, judging from the viewer numbers. So yeah, I hope maybe. Yeah, some of you will get this add-on and will enjoy it. Captain Live, in case of single-engine taxi, we do after start checklist only after starting a second engine, or do we completely... Yeah, well, let's have a look at the procedure. So let's have a look at the procedure real quickly. Do I still have the website open? Nope. Hold on. So let's see what makes sense in that. So open documents. So there we go. That's our website. Documents, procedures, supplementary single engine taxi procedures. So taxing out. At departure, so check the brake accumulator, make sure that it's powered, engine 1 pressurized, so engine 1 start to provide normal braking, cross bleed open so that we can start the other engine. It says apply the after start normal procedure, however, keep the APU running and switch the APU bleed to off. All right. And it says delay the ECAM status check and the wing anti-ice until all engines are started. Right, and then yellow ilic pump on for taxiing. So then you do the normal taxi procedure. However, delay the ECAM status check again until the wing anti-ice setting and the wing anti-ice setting until all engines are started, and arm the auto brake after flight control check. So what does the checklist the normal checklist have there? So after start checklist, it says anti-ice, ECAM status, pitch trim, neutral. So you can't read the status until the second engine is started. Yeah. But common sense, I mean, you would start the engine anti-ice on, if you've got icing conditions, one engine is running, yeah, you would switch on the anti-ice as a, common sense item on that engine. Yeah, I hope that answered the question. Yeah, because again, the after start means that you've started up normally both engines, and yeah, then only then all systems running, you would do that checklist with the status as well, etc., etc. Because obviously, when you have single engine, there's going to be some stuff in the ECAM status page that will go away once you start the second engine. Exactly, Captain Live, yeah. Exactly that. Cool. Guys, that leaves me to also thanking my dear moderators for being here, for looking over the chat, making sure everything's in a peaceful manner. Thank you everyone then for watching, for supporting, and I wish you all already a lovely, lovely Christmas time. And if you like, on Friday I'll be doing a Christmas stream. We'll do some fun stuff as always, and we will do some giveaways and get ourselves into the nice Christmas mood. Alright guys, take care everyone. Thank you so much, and see you soon. Good night. Toto, thanks again for all your inputs. Amazing stuff. And Toto, we'll see when we can do a shared flight. Take care. Senshai, thank you so much to you as well. Thank you. Good night everyone.